Step up, traders, time to roll.
Check 1, 2.
Taking down the scroll. Clock is ticking, you already know. Welcome into the stock market show.
What? Freeze Watch just issued. It's springtime, bro. That's Freeze Watch? Get the fuck out of here.
Captain Jim James, help you cut that dry.
I need to turn this widget bullshit off.
Voice news disconnected.
Camp it, baby. Smash up.
Stock market show. Where the bulls run wild. The bears lay low from the first loud bell till the closing.
Check 1, check 2.
On the stock market show. Got your watch list ready, got your game face on. When the spreads get heavy, he keeps you calm. From the open road till the last trade goes, he's calling the shots on the stock market show.
Check 1, 2.
The stock market show. Where the bulls run wild. The bears lay low from the first loud bell till the closing goal. Ride that wave on the stock market show.
Pump it, baby.
Get that trigger pulled on. TraderTheTrigger.com. TraderTheTrigger.com.
What we're doing right now is what I explained the process to you yesterday about rolling calls higher. That is what we are doing.
TraderTheTrigger.com.
Sorry for being a little late this morning. I was in an extended business meeting. Happy Friday. How are you all doing out there? For some reason, it's quiet on my end. I don't know why. I just had a freeze alert. I'm like, it's summer, man. Good morning. What's going on, Adman? How are you? Am I on kick this morning? Are you sure? Can you make a comment? I think I'm on kick today because I started the Streamlabs as an admin. Good to see you all. Let's go over here really quick. That's weird. Okay, didn't have any I got some more issues this morning. My scene transitions are not working. That's okay. This is the SPY chart. Now, what we're doing right now is we are rolling calls higher. If you don't know what that means, it means that there are three, there's maybe more, but basically there's three people. Hold on a second here. Or not, I want to say this, not three people, but there's an entity. There's market makers, and then there's dealer market makers, right? Dealers are basically like you go to Las Vegas and there's a dealer sitting at a table and they're facilitating players at the table, right? And the same thing takes place with the selling of options, the creation of options, and the selling, of course, of options, and the buying of options. The opening and closing of options and different strategies. And some of these options need to be sold from dealers, and like from dealers, and of course from people that own stonks, right? It's like I own a bunch of stock. I'm going to sell options or offer options for sale. Sometimes I even offer stock up for dealers, believe it or not, if I'm a big money man or whatever, rich guy out there. And we're breaking above 720. Watch us go up right now. We're pushing up into this call selling right now. It's what's happening right now. I explained this on stream yesterday, I think. We're going to make 2 bumps above 720, come back down, and however deep that is, we're going to then roll calls higher. That's what this exact process is right now. There's potentially a little bit of inflation in this trade too, where money's getting cheaper, but also this specifically is called like rolling your calls higher. Okay. Now in this process, I own a bunch of SPY, let's say, right? And I want to sell you 720s. And then I want to sell you 730s. And then I want to sell you 740s, right? And the put side, the same thing, right? We get to a bottom. I want to sell you a bunch of puts. And that's basically what's going on right now. So what we do is we're going to have a push up like so, right? Push this up. We're going to push this one up right here. And we're going to back test. Once we sell you all these calls are actually higher. This one should be straight flat. And here's 730, right? So I want to sell you this. The intoxicating, oh my God, the market is exploding to the upside. Sometimes you'll hear traders that sell calls. They'll say, "What if the call comes in the money?" They'll tell you, "I just roll them even higher from there." Okay, well, these guys get paid right away when they roll a call, when they sell a call, right? And so you figure that what these guys are going to do is they're going to sell you 725 or 730 or 735. Or 740, depending upon what they're worth, right? And let's look at 725 and 730. If we were over here and there's no demand for 725, you got 720, right? There's no demand for them. There's no value in those options to sell. And when you get above 720, there's what I call a premium kick, right? And along with that premium kick, this is when dealers start to juice the calls. Then we hit the FOMO zone, right? Yesterday we hit the FOMO zone right here. And this is where traders become intoxicated and they will pay anything. So the dealer is in under you, right? They're setting the cost, right? They have to service all of this. And then the person selling you the call needs to make money, so they want you to be intoxicated with, oh my God, we're going to the moon. And this call seller, like the 725s are getting juicy. These are starting to get juicy. And the call seller knows one thing. He knows that he's going to get a great price for selling you 725. And even if we go up here, he can sell you the 30s, right? So now he sold you 725. This keeps the wheels of the machine turning, right? They can potentially sell you 730 and know that no matter what, that those calls will not print by the time, or a good chance that those calls won't print. When you think they're going to print. So you're like, oh my God, everything's going to be amazing. I'm going to get a bunch of money on 730s are going to print, baby. 725s are going to print. And then all of a sudden it drops by the expiration. Wham. And you're left going, oh my God, my pants are on fire. I never closed those 725s. I never closed those 730s. Or, it's 70% options go to die at some point. So these will to die worthless. So a bunch of like 70% of these 725s and 730s will expire worthless. Then we can swing back up higher. And those calls are all dead and worthless now, right? Right towards the end of an expiry. And then we're allowed to go higher again and actually trade 725, 730, hold it, and go higher. And we do this back and forth, up and down, depending upon the seasonality of the stock market. So time and price, right? So that this actually relates to time and price. So this is the motions that we're in right now. It's a new month, right? Boom, 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 boom. Everyone's excited. First target or second target hit. We hit this one right here. We now just hit the second target. And then we should pull back off this and go higher. This is the defend zone right here. Your half an hour trigger is coming up to 720. Your hourly trigger will come over here and hold this up for this process that we're in right now. You should be the guy that's monetizing your calls, right? You're not buying calls up here. You're trying to monetize as we make this roll. So you're monetizing as a whole bunch of other people, like 70% of the stock market, are loading up on 730s, 740s, 750s, whatever they may be. They're loading the fuck up. And you're the guy just like, hey, I'm stepping off as this process is taking place. That's the other 30% of traders. They're coming in to get profit right now. So they're coming in to take profit, and you want to find out what camp you're in. You're either in the camp of let's take some profit, or you're in the camp of I want 750 calls right now for fucking May 30th, right? That's pretty much what camp you're in. It's one or the other. Does that make sense? And I want you to always think about the other side of your trading. So what is taking place? Why are we doing these things? What is the mechanics of it? And why is it happening? Very commonplace right now. There's a little bit of other good stuff going on here too, which is inflation. Inflation is raging right now. It is on fire. I think I said that to you yesterday in the beginning of the show. I said inflation is raging. That PCE. Yesterday morning, I was reading PCE, and people were like, it's in line. And I was like, no. It's in line with analysts saying that it's going to fucking rip. And we also have natural inflation. I think Larry Williams touched on that in November, that we're going to move into the bottom of inflation in the spring, summer of 2026, and he is correct. We are raging in normal natural inflation, business cycle inflation, and we're also raging right now in war inflation as well. So there's a bit of both going on here, just a tiny bit of both going on here. I haven't checked yet to see if the VIX is rising yet. I haven't taken a peek. It's still being murdered right now. We're actually going lower on VIX 9-day right now. So it's not spot up, vol up. It's just inflation and rolling calls. And we're in a new month, right? These people that roll their contracts every month, they roll their contracts every quarter to service you and I and all the other degenerates out there. And so they want to get high enough that they're not going to lose all their money. You got to remember that dealers, not dealer market makers, but dealers and option sellers, if we blew them out every single month or every single week, there would be none, right? They would not be able to service the market. So we're no longer delta hedging these big moves up here. If you remember back when it was October, I think, the end of October, everyone was buying calls for 7,000, 710, 720, 730. And they've continued to buy those all the way up into December, even rolled them out into March, right, and April. And we're now at May 1st. So we have a very small window where none of that shit printed. And they're now printing these in this small window. All those calls, dead calls from the last, 6 or 7 months are all getting printed right now. Many months later in this case. And this actually speaks towards the bullishness that was in the market at the end of last year. When everyone is on the same side of that boat, they're not going to print that shit unless they're being run over. The moment they stop being run over, we drop. And the same thing applies here. The moment that the roll stops and dealers no longer chase the rolling of these calls, they end up dumping equities in a major way. And then we have a correction. We have a pullback, a correction, a major correction, any of those kind of things. So just be aware of that, okay, as we move forward here. I am expecting a pullback here, right on this white line right here. And we'll go through 420. We'll pull back and then we'll blast above it and do just under, this is a little high for me, but anywhere from the 726 to 728. Calls should be finished being rolled higher, and we should, at that point, dealers would then step back in and start delta hedging that entire move. What they'll do is they'll offer it up to New York, they'll offer it up to Asia, they'll offer up to London, and they'll be the bag holders, right? And so New York, London, Asia will be the bag holders in this stuff. Just be aware of that, okay, as we move forward here this morning. Another note here, I was a little late this morning. I was in a business meeting before the bell that took a little bit longer than expected, and I have to go back into this meeting today. I have no choice in it, so no choice in the matter. And it has to do with the new show and stuff and what we do here with Trade the Trigger. So I have to finish this stuff today. So give me just a second here, and we'll look at this together. All right. Good morning. How y'all doing? You need a banger in the chat. I gave you a banger, didn't I? Yesterday and after hours, I said I'm going long here. I picked the literal bottom yesterday at 9:30, I think. 9:30, excuse me, at 4:15, I think 4:10 or something, 4:05 was the late day into H hour maximum low yesterday, right? So I'll give you a trade here. I can give you guys a trade, but I want you to know that right now we're in the machine of rolling, okay? Rolling of options is taking place right now. Good morning. How are y'all doing? I'll get you a banger in the chart. I'll get you a banger in the chart, Shaq. Hold on, brother. Good morning. Happy Friday, by the way. Good to see y'all. I tried to open some puts yesterday too. I was looking for yesterday at like 1:30 or 2 or something. I opened some puts and then I closed them quickly. I was stopped out within like a minute or two or something. It took like 5 minutes maybe for me to get stopped out. I was looking for a dump yesterday, like a flush in the late afternoon. Couldn't get it, and then went call side. Of course, took that next rip higher, and then took the end of the day rip into this open this morning. Good to see you guys. You guys all doing well? Yeah, I gave you guys a bunch of plays for yesterday's ER, a bunch of plays for this morning, today, and then next week and the week after in stream yesterday, right? Yeah, we've been looking at Palantir too, right? Look at Palantir. You want to look at some Palantir really quick with me? I think this is what we had here in Palantir. Is that near fucking perfect or what? Is that perfect or not perfect? I don't know. I don't know what kind of predictions you want out there. Seems pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah? That's pretty good. That's PLTR, by the way. Good morning. Good to see you all out there. That's PLTR, by the way. I don't want to toot my own horn or anything. Okay, let's go take a look at this stuff here. We've got the push. We've got the leg higher, right? We got this one right here. You can't see this here, but let me show you this here. Get a little bit closer here. This is so this line right here is this one right here, this wick right here. We came down here, hit this one. We just hit this one right here. Not bad, right? Pretty good. So this one is gone. We did this one this morning, right? I think we did this last night or early this morning or something like that. This is the pullback. Right here. This is the up move right here. You can see it. Near perfect again. Shocker. This is the next one right here. And this one should go quite high. Let's go take a look at this. Remember too, on these dotted lines, let me explain some of this to you guys this morning, okay? So, sometimes like we've been doing this for so long that I don't revisit a lot of things more like I should. So let me explain how this stuff goes here, okay? When we mark a major bottom in the market, right? Let's go here. Hold on here. Can I maybe I can do it a different way. Create a new layout. Educational. Create one. No, I don't want no crypto leap. Let's get rid of volume. I use volume. I just don't use it. I just don't use it often. I use it only when I'm trying to mark a bottom. I don't use it for going up. That's about it. So what we do is when we mark a major bottom, it's just like this is a day chart. This is a daily chart. You can do this on 1 minute. You can do it on a 5 minute. You can do it on a 15 minute, a 1 hour, a weekly, whatever you want. So you know how like we'll be trading during the daytime. This is a daily chart, but let's say we're like this is a daily chart, but let's say we're trading a 1 minute chart and we mark a bottom, right? We think that's bottom. And what do you see me do? You'll hear me in the chat, or you hear me in the show sometimes say, I'm marking this as bottom. Right? So you'll see me do something like this. Now, of course, this is a day chart. Now, I don't care if this is bottom or not. I'm going to give two shits if this is bottom. But I'm going to pick a bottom. And I pick a bottom, and then what I'm looking for is what? I'm looking to break above the prior high, which I did, right? There's probably a downstroke in here. And then we go higher, higher up here. We still haven't broken this prior one, but there was a gap up over here, right? So we keep taking this higher and higher and higher, right? And I want you to think about this right here. I want you to think about, like, this is a daily chart, and your accumulation zone is right here. So we're accumulating. Right? And the bigger question here becomes, if we're accumulating, when I draw something for you, it goes like this. It goes up with a solid line, okay? And then it goes down for pullbacks, right? Those are dotted lines. The reason I'm showing you this is because we don't necessarily need to pull like all the way down here as an example. We might need to just pull right here, right? Or we might need to pull down here, but we can't go down here. We have to think when we're in accumulation, this dotted line can go all the way down here, but that's as deep as it can go. Does that make sense? So let's say we stop right here, and then I draw another line up, and I go, okay, we're going to go up here. And this one's going to be a solid line, right? So we're accumulating, 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 accumulating. And then once we go into some kind of confirmed violation, let's say I tell you we're going up here, right? And we don't do that. We go up here, and then we come back down right here. And we break that support. Okay, this is the actual trading. And we end up breaking this. We end up violating the support here. We go, oh, wow, we went up here, right? This is the FOMO zone. We failed to get to my target. We already know not to trade this part right here. We know the body is in here, right? But we failed to get above. So we come down and we make a new low, and I go, oh, shit, that's terrible, right? So I put this one as an up. And then I give the bulls a chance, or the bears a chance to make a new low, right? Because we violated our support. So do you notice how this is solid going up? This is dotted going down. This is solid going up. We violated. Do you notice how I've switched from solid now to dotted and now solid to the downside? So I'm now giving the opportunity to the bears to get busy. And then we switch from this to the opposite, right? To make the new low. Then I go, oh, well, here we go. Give them another chance. We actually got the new low. And then I switch to solid lines going down, right? At least down to here, right? At least to sniff all this out here. You see the difference in how I'm drawing these lines? So I'm bringing this up to you for this reason right here. So like, are we accumulating? Are we going down? And what you want to do is be following, like we're accumulating, or we're now, because we failed this now turns red, right? And this is now valid going to the downside. So we're now distributing from this point until it ends, right? Does that make sense? Hope it does. If it doesn't, it'll come to you over time. And we're going to close this right here. Let's take a peek at 1 minute here. So when I draw these for you here, right? See this right here? These can backtest the 1 minute trigger. They can, let me draw this bigger so we can see it. These dotted lines, we can backtest the 1 minute and go higher. We can backtest the 5 minute and go higher. We can backtest the half an hour and go higher. We can backtest the daily trigger and go higher. An hourly trigger, right? And go higher. Or we can backtest all the way down here. All the way down to the daily trigger. All the way down here. And go higher, right? All the way down here, right? And what do we have with these tools? Like when you hear people say your indicators don't work, it's because they don't. You have to have indicators and rules. You have to have indicators, rules, or count candles, depending on how good you are, how much time you have in market. You can have indicators. You can just count candles. You can do it any way you want. The symbol button is usually some kind of indicator, right? And then you need trading rules alongside your indicators. So I want you to think about it like this, okay? So now you've got, let's go back over here. Let's look at it like this. So you'll see me draw something like a dotted line down and then a solid line up, let's say, right? And what does this tell you automatically? If you see a dotted line, it means that we're in accumulation. A dotted line down and a solid line up means we're in accumulation. It's telling you we're in this stonk is in accumulation. This ETF, this ETN, this crypto, whatever it may be, it's in accumulation, right? So let's say we come down here to the 1 minute. You know the rules, right? We do them every day. This is why we don't get fucked. Well, Cap says we're going up here. But you still have to follow your rules, don't you? Like the plan is we're going to back test this and fail and this and fail and then go higher, right? Now, if we back test the 1 minute, make a quick new high, we chase this up, right? If we back test the 5 minute and that holds, we take it up. If it fails, we look for the next place to go long, right? Whether that be here, or even lower. Does it make sense? Still in accumulation. So the same thing holds in the inverse as well, on the way down when we're in distribution. And so you want to be looking for how I'm drawing this, I guess is the point that I'm trying to make. And also, do we have to go this low? Can we go down here? Fuck yeah, we can. It's always a process of using indicators, or whatever the fuck you want to call those things, like RSI or ICT, Elliott wave, doesn't matter, gamma, doesn't matter. There are a bunch of inflection points, and there are a bunch of other things other maths that are all the same, believe it or not, or based in the same math was done in the 1970s. So I want you to think about that when we're trading. I want you to think about your rules as we trade as well. Okay, next thing. So I've got us going down here, right? So let's look at this on a smaller frame. Let's go to a 1 minute. And why do I have these marked off here? I've got these marked off because they're major inflection points, right? I know people say they have a hard time trading all-time highs. I don't. I find it very easy. All-time highs is a really easy thing. When you don't know where you're going here, right? You can simplify it. You'll get guys out there, they'll measure like to the fucking penny. They'll measure like to the penny. They'll measure everything, measure. When in cash market, I'm literally looking for a few easy things. Like, you hear me say, like, are we looking above or not? Are we selling immediately off of a major inflection point? But then you also want to think about the 2.25 or 2.50, I should say. So you want to be looking also for things like, let's say we sold this right now. If we sold this right now, 422.50. Now, this sounds crazy, but it's true. So on this back test here, I would really like to see this hold on the 5 minute. See where the 5 minute is? 722.50. If that holds, it's very bullish for more ups. If we come down and don't give up 420, still extremely bullish. If we break below the 20s and we go below 718.50 and then get a new low, I'm a little more bearish here. Does it make sense? So like zeros, fives, and then the 250 helps to tell you how bullish or bearish we are, moving up or down. It's a fairly easy way to use it. And the reason you do this is because the market has automated buying, selling at each level. And though we think we know what's there, like you'll see like guys that practice I forget what it's called anymore, but fuck it, I'm not gonna bring it up right now. But they'll have like we think there's a bazillion sellers here, and then there isn't, or they think that there is, and there is that many sellers. They do market profile, like market profile traders. I used to be a market profile trader. There was no edge in it. I like market profile, but there was no edge in it for me, at least. Where it seems like there's a big iceberg coming in. There's this massive iceberg right here, bro. And then all of a sudden you're breaking through your iceberg and you're like, well, how'd that happen? You need rules. You follow your rules and you use that iceberg as a second tier tool for yourself. It always comes back to pure price action, and what you're expecting and what your rules are and your tools. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it's pure price action. So we're smashing up right now into this. Let's pull this back really quick. Get rid of this. And I want you to remember the zeros and the fives. We don't need this here. We don't even need this here. You just need to know that we're at zeros and fives. And then pullbacks and sweeps, you need a second new high or a second new low. So it's not good enough when I'm like, hey, what I just told you, hey, if we break below 720, that's bearish. You still need the second new low. Okay, you need and you need to break the below this would be 718.50. So generally speaking, this is how you can figure out what we're doing. Make sense? I hope it does. Just a quick little thing right here. Next thing. Today, we have range expansion in expectations. If you are a member of our community, I give you the pivots. And within the pivots, there's a lot of optionality to what you're going to do with the pivots. But that's something important. I picked this up from Bob Kendall. Bob Kendall always included an R4 and an R5. It's right here. This is R4, R5. It's an auto sell on a daily basis for bulls. Okay. That target is 738, 740. I don't think we get there. That's a 2 sigma move. We only get a 2 sigma move less than 10% of the time. If you're a bull, you're rarely going to see this. Rarely. Your top targets on an intraday basis should be R1, R2, R3 if we're going up. That's it. Top. You can't trade with an edge for a under 10% chance. You need to build as many statistics and probabilities on your side because the market is built to take all of your money. So you need to put as much on your side as you possibly can to stack the odds as best you can into your favor. It's kind of like blackjack. You have a slight edge, right? If you know how to count cards, you have a slight edge in blackjack. And there's a few other games of chance you do too. And the stock market for most people is a game of chance. But you can be predictive in the market. You can put enough probability and statistical edge on your side that you can predict or seemingly predict the stock market. So when you say, well, that guy's got a crystal ball or that Furu's got a crystal ball, they don't have a crystal ball. What they're doing is they have enough time in market that they build enough probability and enough statistical advantage on their side that when they say, we should do this and we should do that, and this is the plan, until we break that plan and that statistical probability, and then all of a sudden they look like they're the best trader in the world. They're not the best trader. They just know what is on their side. They know what statistics and probabilities are going to make them look like they're consistently righter than other people. Does it make sense? And that's the trick. That's the trick to make money in the stock market, is that you build probability on your side. It's why we talk about no hindsight trading. It's why we talk about that trade's not for me. Might not be for me. Something may have happened outside of the norm. Like, whoa, we had this statistical anomaly that took place and I missed it. Well, that guy sucks. Well, that guy got 7 out of 10 trades right. And then you're looking at that one time where it didn't do the thing the right way, and you only remember that one time. So you try to run that trade 9 times or 10 times, and you're a 9-time loser. Whereas that guy is going back to his system and he's doing 7 straight wins out of 10, and he's just making consistent money. And I think that's an even larger lesson here. So if we think that, if we're going to think about probability and statistics, and we know that there's a call rolling option going on, and we know it's Friday, we know it's the first of the new month, we know we've got sellers coming in with pensions, right? We know that CTAs are not here to push the market higher. Why is the market going higher? It's the function of rolling calls. It's what we're doing right now. It's function of no longer needing to delta hedge positions that were on market. The one of the largest, most bullish one-sided trades of the whole fucking end of year last year is all dying right now. So there's no need to delta hedge anymore from dealers unloading on you and I. Very frustrating when that happens, right? So what are we looking at here? We know in New York cash market, we know some things too, don't we? We have some information, right? We have information, we have probability statistics, we have unknown unknowns, but we have a lot of stuff that we do know, right? There's a bunch of information that we know. We got 10 a.m. over here. That matters for New York cash. We have 12 p.m. over here. Simplifying your life as easily as possible, right? We've got the 10s and the 12s, right? So here's 10 a.m. Let's look at this. And check that out. Almost perfectly at 10 a.m. We park sideways. We trade up into 10 a.m. And I said to you earlier when the show started, I said, you're either in the camp of, what camp are you in? You're in the camp of either trying to take profit, or you're in the camp of selling calls, right? Here and at 7:25 and at 7:30, right? You're selling calls, or you're the sucker. You're three camps, I should say. You're like one of the three. And you don't want to be in the camp of the sucker. You know what? But it's part of the process. Like, we need the sucker. We need prices going up to create bag holders. We need you to be intoxicated. You know, like you see your first hot boy in school, or you see your first hot girl when you hit puberty. You're like, whoo, I need lots of cologne, bro. Douse me in it. And pack makeup on my face, and you know, like kids do, right? You know, like kids, like teenagers, they hit puberty and shit, and they get weird, right? I got a daughter right now. She's 12 years old. She smells like a fucking French whorehouse. That's what she smells like. But she loves it, and she says, "Daddy, do you like the smell?" And I tell her, yeah, I love the smell, but not the potency of it. It should only be like if they get really, really close, if you even wear cologne, honey. But you should do it because you're a teenager. Like, this is for you to experience, and this is all new to you, not to me, right? But she's intoxicated by hitting puberty and discovering boys and never having cologne on. And that's the same thing that bulls do and bears do when we roll puts and roll calls. Make sense? So, today's Friday. It's the new month. We're on a high right now. You're going to expect them to come in and want to sell you calls, right? And then we've got 12 p.m. And we've got this R3 target up here, right? And here's 7:30. Let's put this 7:30 back in here because we don't want you to forget this shit. Right, there's 7:30. And everybody wants to hit 7:30, right? That's part of literally a part of the it's literally a part of the intoxication. Here's 25. You know, the big T's, right? And look at this. They stop you right at the big T's. We already have auto sell flows in here, people taking profit. You have more than likely option sellers trying to hammer you already. And they'll sell you here and they'll sell you there. And these option sellers really don't give a fuck if we go up here and roll. They don't care if we roll here either. They don't care. They're just selling you calls. They'll sell you more up here. And all they know is that even if they pop up here, all they know is that it's coming back down. And those calls they sold you will hopefully expire worthlessly, right? And these guys are already looking so many days out. They're already looking like these call sellers know we're in seasonal bullishness. They know that there's going to be a monthly low. They know they likely have to close these calls that they sold you at some point in the month of May. They're likely even looking in the month of May right now saying, what's the most volatility in May? What do we know is coming in May? Like, do we have a meeting? Do we have NFP? Do we have FOMC? Do we have anything? Oh, we've got potential lockdown. The Senate might shut the government down on May 15th. This is theoretical. Okay, we're going to price that in with some unrealized volatility. The market's likely, even if it drives higher, is likely going to slam back down into these dates. There's a cluster of volatility and a cluster of doom somewhere, and I'll be able to close the calls that I sold. Make sense? When they're worth less than what I sold them to you for at some point. And I want to be able to sell those calls so that they're worthless when what? When we're at our most bearish, when nobody wants them, right? Nobody wants the calls anymore. all of a sudden everybody wants puts. So I'm going to now start selling you puts, right? You want puts and you'll pay anything for them. A put that's maybe naturally worth $1 right now is worth $5 or $10 or something. You want it because you think we're going to crash, right? You think we're going to go up to the moon, and then you think we're going to go down to the depths of hell. And there are actual liquidity providers for the market, like your boy Bill Ackman. He's a liquidity provider for the market. Dealers will literally call a guy like Bill Ackman and say, I'm broke. I need to borrow your SPY, and I'm going to sell puts to suckers. And they're going to tell Bill Ackman the market's going to come up. We're going to support it. And I can see the call buy or the put buying coming in rampant, and we're at the bottom right now. You're going to make a bunch of money. I'm going to keep a little bit of it. I'm going to give you a little bit of the money too, Bill. It's an easy trade for you. Believe it or not, that happens all the time. Not just Bill Ackman, there's a bunch of other guys that are liquidity providers for the market. But just note this, okay? As a matter of fact, there was a time when SoftBank, we were in a moment just like this. We were in a moment just like this a bunch of years ago. And I forget what his name is, Matsumari-san or something from SoftBank. He came in, so we were doing this in the summertime. And JPM was like, the expectation is to do this and then fall. And our boy from SoftBank came into the market, and guess what he did? I think it was during COVID. Everybody was bored, right? Whole world was shut down. Well, our boy from SoftBank came in, and we're rolling here. He started ramping the market with 0-day calls across the market. He was buying like Apple, Amazon, you name it, 0 dates. And so he would like slam down, and then the dealers would have to de-risk the delta hedging of those 0 dates by the end of the day. And by the end of the day, we would ramp up to the end of the day. And we started going higher and higher and higher. And Jamie Dimon, our boy Jamie Dimon, came out publicly and said, SoftBank is a threat to the United States stock market because he had as much money. SoftBank had enough money to push around U.S. banks and U.S. Liquidity providers for dealers, and could bankrupt dealers in the U.S. So this was a long time ago, but it was awesome to watch because we were supposed to roll, and we didn't. We were artificially being pushed higher and higher and higher and higher by entities that could theoretically push our markets higher. I don't know if any of you guys remember that, but it was a really cool thing that took place years ago to see how the heavyweights in our markets like Bill Ackman, and there's a few others. I forget all of their names right now. But when those guys when our banks are being pushed around, this is why, or part of a reason why a lot of people will tell you that our markets are utterly fucking fake and fraudulent. Or they are as best as the banks can make them fraudulent. Sometimes they get away from banks, but generally speaking, the markets are a fraud perpetrated by banks generally. And as a matter of fact, as a retailer, you're a threat to that. And they've made that known here recently, right? That you are a threat to, or retail is a threat. The street loves that we all compete with what we think is going to happen. If retailers just all decided together one day, we're all going long here, and we know when they're not in the market. We know when most participants are not in the market. We're just retailers, and we're all going to go long, and we're all going to go short. We could have the same effect as a SoftBank, believe it or not. We could be a threat to our markets. And you would force those other traders to enter markets when they otherwise would be low touch on markets. So it's kind of fascinating. Anyways, let's watch this right here. And I think what I had drawn in here was to go up here, right? I showed you that earlier. I deleted it this morning. I deleted it a few minutes ago, but we had the first push up, we had the back test, we had the next push up, and now we're just looking for this one to come down and one more push higher, right? So we're looking for this right here. This is the dotted line, right? It was on here a minute ago. We're going to draw this one in all the way over here. We're going to make this dotted. Remember that I said to you earlier that we can go up and over with a new high using your rules. Same thing applies here. But I think we go down, and we're defending what? What are we defending for the roll higher? 720. This is your basis to go higher. Here are your triggers. Here's your half an hour trigger. Here's your hourly trigger. Put this right here. Here are your gaps to close right here, nice and clean. This is the basis for you and I going up to serve a function. Right? Just watch this closely with me. Here's R3. Here's 730. Remember that I told you about, so here's 725, right? Here's 727.5 right here. Let's gonna make this right about here. We can go over here, but remember this is the peak above. I'm not interested if we abjectly fail this. I don't care. I don't care if we hit this. I don't care if we pop our heads above 7850. Don't care. This is the zone for FOMO. This is also the zone for selling 730s and etc. We should roll down from here. So we're going to leave this one right here. And we're going to put this one all the way down to 720 right here, the same basis right here. And why are we drawing this like this? And why am I not drawing this deeper? Why am I not drawing this deeper? Because on a 4 hour, I have it deeper, and a 1 hour, I don't. But I also want to see what happens here. So let's say we bounce. Let's say this looks like this. Okay, let's say this this is an hour expectation, but let's say we come down here. We hit that one, we slam through that one right there, and then we do this right here. Right? So I've got us going down to defend 720, but we pop all the way down here. Wham, wham. Oh my God. We're watching here for turns higher and lower. So let's say we come down here, right? We bust down, we hit the hourly trigger, a half hour trigger, hourly trigger, and we do not break below. And then we make a new high and come back over here. Right? Then I'm gonna be like, hey, let's get long again, man. We'll do this again. Right? We're getting long. If we actually do break below here, and then we go lower, what do I do here? Like, oh, that's a low. That's not good, right? We didn't stop here. We didn't get a bounce and get a new high. So we were breaking through and watching the market here with you live on the show. And then we make a new low. Oh my God, we got a new low. Oh my God, we're underneath the hourly trigger, the half an hour trigger. This looks bad. And then I flip to a seller to the daily trigger, right? Start looking to become a seller to the daily trigger. Make sense? And that includes a bunch of other stuff as well. Bunch of other stuff, velocity. Want to know where velocity is at? Want to know where triggers are? All that kind of stuff. We'll just put this right here. Make this nice and simple. And let's watch this right here. So let's look at what we got here. So this is a corrective move. This is 1, 2, and 3. But this could be a larger correction, couldn't it? We talked yesterday about how there's like waves within waves. So if we were to fail to get the new high, right, we mark a bottom. If we fail to get the new high, this could become a new low, and then this right here, right? Then this becomes 1, 2, 3. You see it? And we don't know if they'll get 4, 5, right? That's bad. These are a very low percentage, like 5% winners to 15%. But if we slam under here, we don't get the new high and start getting new low, we can start looking to trade the downside, right? Make sense? Hope it does. If it doesn't, just keep sticking around the show, and we'll do it together. So let's look at this right here. We're going to mark a bottom. Even if I think it's going down, we still mark the bottom. I like marking the bottom. So you can mark the bottom right here. You can say, hey, I think that this is a bottom. Or I don't think this is a bottom. I don't care if I think it's a bottom or don't. You'd still mark this. If you're a seller, you're going to mark that, of course, right? So this is a green. And what don't I want to see here? Let's look at this. We've got this prior high right here. We beat this one. That looks actually pretty good, right? So you got 1, 2, right? 3, 4, 5. Right? That would be pretty bullish, wouldn't it? So I'm watching this right here. This is pretty bullish right here. 1, 2, 3 needs to be right here, right? 4 and 5. Let me just draw this in. But I want you to remember this one right here, this prior high at the same time. So this is green. This right here. That's the second red candle, I think. This. No, it's this one right here. I don't draw these in all the time for you. But that's this second red candle right here. That's the one I want to watch. That one right there. Okay. So we're in a downtrend right now. We mark the bottom. We don't trade this as a long. We're just watching. Whenever you hear me say things like, just stand here and watch. Don't be patient. Don't do anything here, right? And you don't want to be the guy picking the bottom here and just going moon. There's no statistical advantage for you doing that. There's actually a statistical disadvantage. You can trade what's inside of here, like on the inside on a 10-second chart, but even that is dangerous to certain extents. You can only be like long in here for like a 10-second chart part of this trade because there's waves within waves again. But what we want to watch here is this. We want to watch when we have a high, right? And you want to be watching for, oh, I got this wrong. Hold on here. That's our bottom. No, I got that right. We want to watch this one right here. There's one. A back test. Right? There's 2. Your 3 is right here. Your 4 is right here. And your 5 is right here. Okay? You only need to go to right there. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? Now, what part of this trade should you take? None of it. There's your prior high. Okay, it's market high. You're going to let this take place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this mini one, right? On the successful back test, this should look like this. 1, 2, and 3. Your 1-minute trigger would swoop up just like this. See it? And this is the actual one that you would buy. Okay? This one right here is where you'd start your position. So you start turning up. You're up here. This is the beginning of your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1 back test, right? Start accumulating again. This is where the big buying comes in, like nibble, big buying right here. Or sometimes I tell people not to buy this one, but this one's the big one. And this is the bigger move. Boom, take all their stops up here, okay? This is the big money move right here. And then this like 4, 5 over here, you can leave some runners on if you want, but this is basically the process right here. Now, just showing you this right here, right? Are you getting long yet here? The answer is no. You're just watching this because let's say this fails. So we're going to do it like this. Here's your 1, 2, and you fail right here. Let's just say you fail here. So this one right here, this becomes an upside correction, right? It's not bullish. It's bearish. 1, 2, 3 up is bearish. So you stall in here, right? You're stalling. You didn't get the high you're looking for, and all of a sudden, we're coming back down now. 1 breaking, right? 1, 2, and 3. One, two, three, and then you're looking for your 4, 5, right? Here's the 4, 5. This is where you get out, and that's where the trade is right there. Makes sense? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This was only an upside corrective move, and we actually have continuation to show the larger 5 waves down. Some of you guys, now, there are a whole bunch of rules inside of this stuff. Whole bunch, like length, and then sharp and flat corrections, and then what you can violate and can't violate. And even when you do violate things, they can come back. So let's say you're trading all this, right? And we go down here, we get the low and the new low, and you're like, okay, fuck it, I'm going to start selling right here. So you're selling with stops above. And let's say you go down here, you make a new low, and then it squeezes up like this. Oh, shit, I'm losing money. You should already have the rule like I have where you don't put your stops on, and then it comes back down, and you're allowed to get out. So I took a few banged up a little bit, and then I flipped to long again and go, okay, let's go long. Do I get long here? No. You wait for the new high, the back test, and then you start making the plan or the actual long to go high over here. Now, if all of this sounds like I'm speaking crazy to you right now, guess what? When I started in the stock market, I didn't have market wisdom. I didn't have time in market. And the thing that I needed was I had listened to all the audio clips. I listened to videos, believe it or not, on audio tape, did the classes, did the trainings, did all this and all this stuff. But in truth, I had it all, but I didn't have time in market. I didn't have experience. I didn't have other traders with me. I didn't have an old fuck like John L. telling me, why are you doing that? Stop being a degenerate, right? And so when you have people with time in market, that's usually the missing piece. Usually it's having a community around you or a group of traders around you that have been in market long enough to say, nope, that's bad. Nope, this is good. You know who's good at this? David AMS. If you ask David AMS, he's always like, nope, don't do this. Even when it goes the direction that he says it might not do, it's like, let's say David AMS says, I'm not taking this trade up. And everything is right. And it goes up, and you're like, fuck David AMS or fuck Jim James. It went up. The reason they're telling you no is because it's breaking their rules. So they have their own rules. Like David has his own rules. I have my own rules. You should have your own rules, and you should know are the rules that you have in your favor or not. And as long as you live within your rules, right? If you're like, I'm a 7 out of 10 trader, I beat 7 out of 10 times using these rules right here. You stick with them. Every once in a while, if you're like, I got a feeling, or I want to run a gamble or something, or, you know, I don't care, I made a bunch of money this week, I'm going to gamble this. You can do that, but you're at least aware of what you're doing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to put this risk on as a gamble, and I know that it should go against me. I know that the statistics are not in my favor. Like, as long as you're aware of that, then you can what? Take ownership of your fucking trading. Be responsible for yourself instead of saying it's their fault or it's that fault or it's his fault or her fault or whatever. It's actually your fault. You just happen to not maybe be awares of you being at fault. It's kind of like committing a crime. Just because you don't know it's a crime doesn't absolve you of your sins, right? And the same thing applies here with time and market. So that's why we have trading communities, why people get together and they trading groups. And that's why people are always looking for people in time and market so that it's valuable. It's very valuable to have people with time and market that give you the time of their day. When you become friends with a trader, like, hey, I met this guy, his name's Bob, and him and I are trading together. This guy's got time and marketing. Him and I are making money together. He's teaching me so many things. I can't believe he knows all this stuff innately. He doesn't innately know it. He has time and market. And the reason why he has time market is why? Because he's giving back so much fucking money, right? Enough pain. Saying I'm tired of being the pain. Like I've had all these kick-ass wins, but then it was hindsight trading, and then it was running and gunning from trade to trade until it's like a hammer to the head. And eventually you learn or you get washed forever. You stop coming back into the market after you've lost enough. So you always want to be trading with people with time in market. And, to like, I was just having a conversation. I was in a meeting just now, and this guy said to me, he goes, he's like, I can't trade alone. He's like, I don't have enough time in market. He just said it to me. A guy was telling me, he's like, I got to have someone there that can just quickly do all the math in their brain and say, we're going this way, we're going that way. And you're not going to pick that up. Don't beat yourself up. You're not going to pick that up until you have enough of these things that you have dumbed down. Say it again. Enough of these things that you've dumbed down so that you make money. When you're a young trader, you listen out there to someone who speaks like they're educated. Big words, big sentences, big concepts, big ideas, macro stuff, whatever it may be, it doesn't matter. But it could be gamma. I know all the ins and outs of all of gamma. I know everything about gamma. But then you sit that guy down at a table and you go, all right, trade with me, big boy. And they can't. They can't. They've probably never been a trader. Or they're collecting fees. Like I work for Wall Street. I collect a fee. I don't care. Or I'm very smart when it comes to this stuff, but I can't dumb it down. I'm too smart. I understand the concepts, but then, something happens that fucks me up. Was it Vol Signals once? We had him on the show once, and he was awesome. He gave us like a full dissertation on where the market was. A full dissertation. He's one of the only smart guys I've ever met that was honest. Vol Wiz is like that too. He's a very, very smart guy, but is honest. And Vol Signals came on the show once, and he said he like explained the entire gamma surface in the market, and the market wasn't doing what we were expecting. And at that time, nobody knew who Captain Condor was, but we saw on the tape that a trader had come in and pinned the market with a condor. And even knowing the entire vol surface, even knowing everywhere we should go, Vol Signals said the market should do this, and then this just happened. So how do you deal with that? And so you can know everything you want to know about gamma, and still the market doesn't do what you want it to do. So you have to have fucking rules, simple, dumbed down rules. If I know everything about gamma and then something different happens, how do I cope with that? You got to have rules, simple ones, like, okay, we're supposed to be going up, we're supposed to be going down, we're not. So as an example, so let's say I need to get the new low to go down. I get the low, and I'm looking for the new low to continuation downside, but we don't do that. Let's say we do this. Let's say we come down here, and we don't make the new low. And then we come back up, and we don't make the new high. And we come down low, and we don't make the new low, and we come up high. So am I getting eaten alive in a call or a put? Fuck no. I'm dumbing it down. I know we're supposed to go down because I am the smart guy. And we're not. So I have simple rules that tell me I don't give a fuck what the fucking gamma's telling me. I haven't executed that fucking trade yet. Does it make sense? So young traders oftentimes will follow people that sound like they're authoritative on a subject. If you ever want to, at some point, just Google search pundit. Google search pundit, and then look up what a pundit is. They portray themselves as being authoritative even though they may not be on a specific topic. So you'll hear people say like, hey, I go to school and I listen to my professor, and my professor told me this is what economics is. But then you notice that your professor's never actually worked or owned a successful company. So I've got an economist that's a teacher of the economy. And then I look at his background and I say, fuck, this guy's never owned a company in his life. Or this guy's never fucking been in business. This fucking guy was in academics his entire life. This fucking guy has never owned a fucking business. And he's telling me or teaching me how to run a business. Now, there's value in him teaching me how to run that business. But the reality of owning a business is absolutely fucking different than that. And in the real world, when you're running a business, it's oftentimes much dumber than that. Much simpler, much easier, and quicker. And there's a lot of damage. There's a lot of good that comes. There's a lot of shit that's great that falls in your lap, and shit that's shit that falls in your lap. And that guy can't teach you that, can he? That professor cannot teach you what to do when it comes time to apply what you learned in business school about the economy or economics or what should happen or what might happen. None of that really matters. And you could sit that professor down with you and have him start a business, right? Like you do, same business, right? And he fails and you succeed. Or you fail 5 times, then you finally succeed after 6. And he's behind the curve. Now, you as the new student or you as the new business owner, you're looking at the guy that actually runs the businesses. Maybe he's failed 5 times and he's now winning. Or he's failed 3 times and he's won 3 or 4 or 5 times. And you're coming out of school, fresh out of school, or in school, and you're like, I love my professor, smartest guy ever, knows everything about business. And you get into the real world and you find out, oh, fuck, that guy would have fucking burned. That professor has, like, they have no idea what they're talking about. They do, but they don't have any practical experience. And I think a lot of that relates here to the stock market, where when you get into the stock market, the actual trading, the actual what's going to happen, it's a lot different than the authority on the subject. And so that experience you can only gain from time in markets, time with people that are actually trading all day long. They're like day long, like all they do is market. You could get anybody out there that sounds like an authority in something, and I could sit down with them as a trader and more than likely beat their asses trading. David AMS, another good trader. He's another guy. There's a very few. There's who's the other guy? There's another cool trader in our group. Fuck, he's a skier. Anyways, we have some traders in our group that I fully trust. That are like, I would trade with them all day long. There's a group of traders in our group that I would put up against any hedge fund, anywhere in the world. And you know, like I shouldn't say hedge fund. Anyone on the street, like the Chicago boys, maybe not a floor trader, but like some fucking guy sitting in a fucking desk with 9 screens in Chicago. I'd put my guys up against any of those people all day long. They're collecting fees. Those guys don't really trade. They're putting your money to work. They're not putting their money to work. If I sat with that guy and tried to trade with that guy, I'd probably whip his ass up and down a wall. And I know my traders would do the same thing. The traders would smoke them all day long. These guys all thinking, you know, they go on Twitter, they go on to CNBC, they go on to, I don't know, Market Watch, they go on to Benzinga. I write stories and articles. You know, I sound like an authority. I'm a pundit. I collect fees. That's not really how you learn how to trade. And that's why we have rules, right? We can use tools and rules, and we have to put money where mouth is on our trades, whereas those guys don't. Those guys are all kinds of ulterior things they're trying to do, whether they want to be a journalist, whether they want to run a fund or something like that, or they're trying to sell you a service or whatever the fuck it is they're doing. It doesn't matter. It runs a whole gambit. I'm bored. I'm at home. I'm rich. I got no fucking friends. I'm an introvert. And I'm rich. My wife pays for everything. My husband pays for everything. And so I just want to be in the market or whatever. I'm independently wealthy, and I like gambling, and there's better odds in the stock market than there is going to Vegas. Any realm of number of reasons these people are those people. And what you need to do is you need to become a better trader. And that's a whole different thing. So let's watch this closely here. Isn't that beautiful right there? You got your marked bottom. You've got your failure on your second pump right here. You've got a new low. It's like clockwork. The beautiful thing right there, right? There's a bear out here salivating right now. Salivating. We've got some shit to clean up down below in aisle 6. We've got aisle 9 over here. Already set up, ready to go. Excuse me. I do this in my mind. You don't need to see that. We have what we think is a marked bottom here. It's a little off right here. Be a little bit higher here. Right there. And what are we going to do? We're going to mark this here, right? We don't need to go that crazy with it. Just be like this right here. Yeah, but a little dotted line right there. And who do you think right now at this moment? Are you trying to buy calls here? Because I'm telling you right now, there's sellers here. There's sellers here right now, and these sellers, right? They are already. There's a seller here right now, and this is where the seller's stops are. They're right here. This is beautiful. It's nice and clean. Now, I don't care if this works or doesn't work. Don't care. You got your low. You got your new low. It's a beautiful setup right here. You're just looking for the see if I can draw this in here. For the exhaustion from the buyer. Right about here. Just looking for the exhaustion from the buyer. So this is the new low, right? It's right here. And we're trying to break down this stuff over here. You see this? Trying to break just below this prior low right here. You see how this one didn't break below it, but this one can. We'll take the halfback trade right here. It's a little bit smaller. It's a little obscene right there. So we get the halfback trade. We want to defend this position, right? We want to defend this position right about here. Right where this all took place. Right? And we're going to try to break down to right about here. And I want you to see this right here, to right here. Now, can we go down here? Yeah, we can. But I don't care about the FOMO down here. So let's watch this closely here. You start the trade on the failure and the roll right about here. That's where you start the trade, right about there. Now, I think the people are already in it already, but once they saw this new low, they sold this one right here. I think that they sold this one, but I wouldn't be selling it. Just that I would have my finger on the mash button. Let's watch this closely. Now, let's say this guy gets blown out. I'll give you one more piece here. Let's say this guy sold here. He's getting aggressive on his selling. And let's say he gets blown out. There's his stops. Did he get stopped out? Like, literally? No. His stops are hit. Comes back down. He now goes flat. If he sees that new low right here, he's going to then get short again. Right? Took a few licks. Well, Cap, why didn't I just stay short here? Because when you saw that get tripped right there, the chances of this going up are extremely high. They're like a 65% chance. So there's no real edge here. So that's why almost 7 out of 9 times you're going to get blasted. So you take your licks and then you wait for your opportunity. And if we do blast up here and come back down and we do this thing here, you can get long here. and then be right and start making money again. Let's watch this mechanics of this right now. It doesn't matter how it plays out. It matters how you manage it. The rules that you have and how you are managing your trade. And there's something else here too. If you're a buyer and we're in accumulation, right? Does this matter to you? Are you trying to sell this? Are we in accumulation or distribution? All right, I showed you this morning, we're in accumulation, right? So you should be on buy side right now, right? So are you even trying to sell this right now? The answer is no. You're just looking for the turn up, right? So let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Or we can leave this here right now. And all we really need to know here is, are we getting long? That's it. Are we getting long? And the answer right now at this moment is no. So if this seller's stops get taken, let's say the seller's stops do get taken up here. His stops are taken. It's going to back down, right? We got the 1 minute coming up. We get the second high. We always talk about the second high. And then I'm Johnny on the spot as a buyer, taking this up and away. I'm out of here. Bye-bye. See you later. Make sense? It's real simple. And then there's the other thing that I already told you about, which is the trading sideways, right? Let's say we go up here. We get the new high, but we don't get the second new high. We just start trading in here. I still have not taken a trade. I'm not getting sucked into a theta kill. I'm not getting sucked into a downside move that didn't happen. I'm not getting sucked up into a fake breakout. Does that make any sense? So what would you be doing here in an accumulation? You should be doing nothing. You shouldn't even be trying to sell this. Maybe a quick trader is going to sell this, like a good sell side trader. They can get in here and sell this if they want to. The probability is against them, but quick traders can make money in and out, in and out, in and out. Let's watch this closely here and see what's going to happen. And I want you to know something. On this show in the past, I have actually shown this trading with nothing on the chart. Just candles. I can trade this with nothing on a chart. Just pure candles. We can sit here and trade this all day long. Now, there's more to this, too. It's not this simple. There's more magic in the back of this. You have to watch this on every time frame. You have to know the flows that are coming in and out of the market. You have to know where the velocity is. You have to know where the counts are. And on higher frames, you need to know that too. You have to know what other things in the market are doing, like what's VIX doing, what are other commodities doing, what are currencies doing, what are underlying assets in other sectors doing. Is there rotation going on or not? There's a whole bunch of other stuff. But, time and market, you'll get that over time. And you can use a show like mine. You can use the community as there to help you along the way when you have questions. It's not a community of fucking around. It's a community of I'm here to learn. I'm here to get the time in markets, have my hand held. And if I'm making a really poor decision, even if I was going to be right, that person is likely telling you, hey, you're making a poor decision, because they know that the probability and statistics are against you. It's not a feeling. It's not a I think. It's not a maybe or want or the news or any of that other shit. When you hear news out there, you're looking for the news as in like, hey, we're on a high. Did I get good news or did I get bad news? That's it. That's all you want to know. You don't really care what it is. Is it good or is it bad? Is it good for continuation or is it bad for we're going to go down? It's all you really need to know. Does the news actually matter? Sometimes it does. It materially matters. When does it really affect the market? More than likely a week or two later. It's not really that quick. Even if there's initial blast down, they'll give you an exit. They always do. The market always gives you ample time to exit your trade. Literally, sometimes gives you like 2 or 3 chances to exit your trade if you're fucked up in it, and then reset to like I took a few cuts or I'm married to my thesis. No matter what. Why are you married to your thesis? Well, because I posted it on Twitter. And all the trolls are out there telling me I have to be married to that thesis. Fuck no, this is your money. Your money matters more than anything. Your money matters more than sounding like the smartest guy. your money means more than you going to AI so you sound smart. Nobody fucking cares. The only thing that matters is, can I make money? That is it. This is the only reason you're here. If you were here for any other fucking reason, I don't want to hear you. And you, as a trader, should feel that way about other traders. If they're not here to make money, if they're here to like espouse bullshit or whatever, fuck all that noise. Or get internet points or be the cool guy. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is that you make money. No one cares on Friday and Saturday and Sunday when you go back to your wife or your husband or your cocaine dealer or whatever it is you're into, and you have the money to go do that stuff. Hey, I paid your bill off. I paid my drug bill off. I paid for dinner tonight. Whatever that is, that's what really matters. You're gonna get laid. You're gonna get high. You're gonna get a park bench. You're gonna get a pew in a church. Donated to you because you had that you donated to get the pew in the church because you fucking made the money. And that's really what matters. It's the only thing that matters. The troll out there is not, or the guy that knows everything, he's not there with you. You're not sitting there with the guy that told you all the ins and outs of ICT or Elliott Wave or Gamma or whatever the fuck it is they're doing, market fucking profile. They're not there with you. They're not paying your fucking bills. So you need time and market. I need time and market. I have time and market, and I still to this day go to traders that I trust and say, hey, what do you think of my trade? Or what do you think of this or that? I go to Winky and talk to him, talk to David. I talk to all kinds of guys out there and say, I want to run this by you and see what am I missing here? I don't feel complete right now. I feel like I'm missing something. And you should always have that in your arsenal, in your toolbox to be able to go to people and say, I need help with this. I want to know, is my plan sound? Is it not sound? Does that make sense? So look at this right here. Stops were taken. You see that right there? Stops were taken right here. So if this guy was short, right? Here are his stops. They were triggered. This guy is being given an opportunity, right? He's being given an opportunity to get out of his short now. And then they're going to rip his fucking face off here in a couple seconds. So what are we looking for to take along here? Do we know? We have this one right here. Right? You're going to be looking for his stops to be taken. And they're going to take his stops right up here. And we're going to buy the back test. Now, remember this second high up here? We're not messing with that, are we? We could actually do it like this. 1, 2. There's 3. We want to get above this, of course. We want to get out before then. We want to be aware of the danger here. And you can see this one right here, right? This one. We need to get above there, but if we fail this, we'll be aware of it, of being thrown down. And then we need to get above this one right here, but we want the Marines to do it. And the Bears have more time, don't they? This could be a liquidity grab, right? If we fail to get above that one right there, this is the 5th wave. Let's say we fail this one. This could be a liquidity grab to go straight down. So you have to like watch. This real true prior high up here, if we pop up, the Marines do that. Oh, wow, that's even better, right? So we get the new high up here for the 5th wave. We come back down, right? 1, 2, and 3. We're now defending this one right here. And if this comes up and makes a new high, we're buying that back test, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to the right. Let's watch this. And we'll drop a plan at any chance we can, won't we? Like in my mind, I'm watching all this stuff, and then I'm executing like without even needing it, right? Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Rid of this. We don't need any of that. None of that. None of that. We don't need any of this. We already know. And now we're just watching. Matter of fact, it's even lower. It's right here. And they're going to take his ass right now. Watch this one. There's one more right here. It's the prior high right here. They're going to pop this guy right up. No worries, traveling Taya. I gotcha. Thanks for saying something. Can we look at the chart now, though? You mean you want to trade? We are looking at the chart. There's no trade here. You want to take a quick trade? Let's do it like this. How about this? We'll take a quick trade. There's one. There's two. We're going to stop this one early, okay? There's three. So we're going to stop this early. There's a reason for that. Right there. Now we're going to switch over to a 10-second chart. Oh, that's 10-minute. Hold on, wrong chart. Wrong chart. What am I doing here? How about this one? You want to trade that one with me? You got futures open right now? This will look like a huge trade right here. You remember this prior high right here? Someone on futures likely took just this one right here. They were already out right now. There's even a FOMO group here. If this pops up, they'll get back in right here, and they'll take that next leg right there. Look like we're rock stars right now on a 10-second chart. Yep, there's the pick right here. We'll go back to the 1 minute. We'll let these guys do this. Hold on a second. Are we going to, do I trade a 1 minute chart? So what I do is I leave that up there now for you. I want to wait for these 12 o'clock flows. What I try to do is I look at, so every day, twice a day, minimum. I have people that work for me that do this too. Just so you know that it's not just me. So I have people that work for me that do exactly what I do. So twice a day, I look at the chart on a 3-month, 1 month time, or 3-month time frame, a 1 month time frame, a weekly time frame, a 4-hour time frame, a 1-hour time frame, and then I trade depending upon the symbol and the depending on the symbol and the instrument. Like if I'm trading futures or SPX or SPY, I will trade on I'll trade on different charts that are smaller, 1 5-minute, 10-second, 1 minute, 5-minute, or 15-minute. And I'm also executing trades based upon how long I think I'm going to be in market. So when I was not streaming, I would trade on a higher frame. So if I was trading for I have an outlook for 1 month or an outlook of 60 days or an outlook of 90 days, I would look at a higher frame chart to execute those trades. So this works on every time frame. It works on a 1 minute, 5-minute, 15, 30, hour, 10-second, doesn't matter. All of these rules and tools work on any time frame you want to trade. Now you might need to, in a higher time frame, wait. So when I wasn't streaming, right, I was doing so well that I was bored because I was only placing a couple trades a month. But I would not be in the soap opera of the stock market during that time period, even if we were going up. Let's say I'm going long, but I only go long twice a month. There might be like a whole week in there of, dude, you missed all these gains, but on that time frame, with that chart, I had to wait until I got my entry. So it all depends upon your time frame, the number of touches you want in the market, that kind of stuff. And it involves a bunch of other shit too, but let's watch this here going up. What we're looking for is to get up here and trade this into the close. Is there's 1600. We're going to put this all the way over here. Get rid of this. We don't need that. Or I don't need that. This is 725. I don't. We could leave this here as a reference if you really want to, but we don't need that there either. We don't need this here. Just remember your 12 o'clock flows. There's some other things here too. Like I want you for just, we're not going to get into other markets, but just New York. I want you to always think about this. Okay, write this down at home. I want you to think about where price is from market to market, not mark to market. This is kind of like basis trades. They're interchangeable. From a market to another market. I want you to think about dealers are the people that service our markets, okay? So I want you to think about where a dealer is when market makes moves. Are they upside down? Are they right side up? Are they chasing right now? Do they have stock to sell or stock to buy? Are they supportive? A lot of gamma has to do with this. If we get to this level, dealers will be supportive. If we get to this level, dealers will sell into you. So I want you to think about like market to markets. Like where were we at the close yesterday? What did Asia do? What did London do? I want you to think about those people wrapping up their trades too. Like I started a trade in London and I want to exit that trade. So London's trying to get out of market at what time in the morning? They're trying to get someone to buy. Let's say we're going up. I longed futures in London, and I want to get the best price possible. So who am I looking for to pump it up for me? New York, right? So you're looking for New York to step in at certain times, right? 4 a.m., 6 a.m., during data at 8:30 in the morning, or I get out before the data at 8:30 in the morning. Or if there's no big data, maybe they're buying calls, right? On the open, they're trying to buy calls. Maybe we bought the bottom. And I think New York's going to be excited. So New York's going to buy it and rip it up from 9:30 till 10 a.m. You know, people tell you like 9:30 to 10, I don't know where it's going up or down. I have no idea. I have no idea why it's going up or down. I always get it wrong. I get it right about 3 out of 10 times because that person probably doesn't realize who's behind that trade in Asia and London and where the dealers are in that trade. So all of a sudden we pop up at a 10 a.m. And who got out here? Who got out here? First, we're at 25. That's a place for call sellers. Who got out here? London. They're out. So now they're looking for New York to buy it, right? So we're looking for New York to buy it. When's the next time we have flows coming in? 12 p.m. So we want to find out, is New York going to buy this or not, right at 12? Right? We want to find out. This looks like New York's trying to buy it, doesn't it? We want to see if these flows continue. There's your first high, by the way, or your second high right there on a limited basis. You got your 1. Here's your 1. Here's your 2. And they're going to buy the fuck out of this up here into this one right here. And you'll get 1-2 moves on almost every time frame. And if you don't see it on your time frame, look at one time frame lower, and you'll see it within that time frame. So if you're like, oh, I missed the gap up, how about you step down one time frame and see if you saw the back test to show the gap up? You can see that too. You should look at the stock. I'll give you a piece of insight here. This is invaluable. You should look at the stock market almost like it's transparent. on time frame. You know, we're all looking at one chart in a 1 minute here. You should look at the stock market like there's a chart that's on a year. There's actually a chart with a year. There's a chart in front of it with 6 months. There's a chart in front of it with 3 months. There's a chart in front of it with 1 month. And this has to do with expiries and calendars and times and dates. So you have like dates, times, markets, and then time frames, and they're all overlaid over each other. And if you could see through them all at the same time, you can begin to predict where markets are going. And if you look at the markets like their accumulation and distribution as well, you can see on what time frames there is accumulation and there's distribution. If you can see all those different time frames, you're getting good at it. Let's look at this one right here. I'm going to sell that one right there. Right? There's one more right here. There's one more right here. And there's likely one more right in there. Let's watch that closely. Here's your wing on wing. We don't know if this is going to pop to a new high or not, so we're not going to draw that in. We also have 12 p.m. flows. Let's think about that, okay? You got 10 a.m. flows to sell. Is New York here or not? If New York is here, what will we do? We'll pop up above this and come back down and give New York the chance to buy again, right? From 12 until 1:30, right? 2 p.m. You got Wall Street lunch hours too. So I want you to think about this. In the morning, you have Asia and London trying to exit. At 9:30 to 10 and 12, you're trying to find out if the flows are there for bullish or bearish continuation up or continuation down from the New York cash market. Then you have Wall Street lunch. That's from 12 p.m. to 1:32 in the afternoon, depending if they're only drinking 3 or 4 martinis or if they're going to drink 3 or 4 martinis and a bunch of blow or a massage at a sexy ass ladyboy massage parlor or something like that. Like a whole bunch of, oh God, didn't I hear that? I don't do that stuff, but I'm trying to be gross here. Anyway, then from all of the street comes back at 1:32 in the afternoon, and what do? I put a trade on from 12 p.m. till 1:32. I take the money from it, and now I'm taking the money. There's your what? There's your end of the day, like 1:32 p.m. VIX fuckery, right? Like I took my money and ran. What do we say, right? We're sweeping the lows at 2 or 3 p.m. We're looking for that sweep. And then we're looking to find out if New York's going to buy or sell the close, right? Make sense? Sometimes we don't get the flush in the late afternoon. Okay, miss the trade. Sometimes we do. If we do and we're still continuing to go to the upside, you jump on the trade, you got the discount, sweet, and we're running it all the way up into the bell. Make sense? And then you got to think about at the close, what? So you're going to New York cash close. You want to know, are dealers chasing? Are dealers supportive? Are dealers looking to sell where we are, right? That we come into a place in that close where they want to sell. Then you got to think about more, right? What do we have in news overnight for Japan? What do we have for news overnight for London? And will Japan want to carry this up and over into the next day or not? Will London want to do that? Will they even be there for it? Is it Friday? What's Asia and London going to do? Wait for Sunday futures, right? Then we have other things like continuation. It's called weekend effect. Let me show you what the weekend effect is here. Where's this new chart that I brought up? That's the new chart that I made. Let's find this new chart. Where's this new chart? Education. Now the weekend effect. It's not something that's like it has to happen, but what I want to talk to you about with weekend effect here is this. how do I do this? Let's look at this. We can look. We don't actually need anything for this weekend effect. Let me just show you this. We can just do it. I can do it with triggers if you want, but I can do it with just candles. Here is Thursday candle, and here's Friday candle, right? That's all you need to know. Thursday and Friday's candle is all you need to know. And if we're going up on Thursday and Friday, you're going to expect continuation into Monday, sometimes into Wednesday, but mostly Monday. Your baseline is Monday. Okay? So what do the bulls need to do today? This is today's candle, right? The bulls need to hold this only. That's it. This is all they need to hold. They've put in a high already at 10 a.m. And this is literally all they need to hold today. The bulls would like to see higher lows into the close, right? They would like to see higher highs into the close. So let's say we have a back test in here that's a higher low from the opening low. And let's say that we close the day with a high right here. Any need to go any higher? Nope. Can we? Yes, there might be mechanical reasons we need to go higher, right? But there's nothing else we need to do today. So let's look at, this is Monday, right? This is Tuesday, or this is Wednesday. This is Tuesday. If we have bullish into the weekend and we have some good structure in here on today, we don't lose today. If we don't lose it, you would expect continuation to the upside to the next inflection point on Monday, right? And then you would expect a check of the Friday low, a check of that one, and even potentially a check of the Thursday low. If we start making our way higher for a print on Friday, that's fine. But let's say we blast through and break through that Friday. We're then going to come down here into, let's say, Tuesday or Wednesday. You ever hear about turnaround Tuesday? You ever heard turnaround Tuesday and throw up Thursday? So you have, ready? Continuation into Monday. We hit our first inflection point. We come back down, and let's say we blast through Friday. Oh, that sucks. And then on Tuesday, at the end of the day, we're down here, and we sweep all the way down to the lows of Thursday. And everyone's scared there. Oh, my God, we're going to crash. Probably not. If you didn't break the Thursday low, you would expect buyers to come in and, right, they start buying this up. They pop their head up on Wednesday, and then we have throw up Thursday, right? And then the close on Friday. You should expect this. If, let's say, we break down into Wednesday, we blast through the Thursday low, come into 80% of the candle, we start making a new low, then you know that that Friday, that next week is going to be a bearish week. Does that make any sense? So you can predict we're bullish into the close. Your expectation is that a follow-on bullish week is coming. And on the pullback on Tuesday, Wednesday, we will confirm if it's going to have continuation or if the week will turn bearish. So we're coming into the close that's the bullish close theoretically today for continuation next week. And we can do this. We may not need to do this. Now, if we are waiting for our pullback on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we get down here, we don't give up Thursday or Friday, we're looking to rip faces off into Friday. This is a key one right here. At any rate, let's watch this closer here. We already know where our high is for the day over here, right? We want to see a nice, what are we looking for today? Even if we're going to roll on Monday, I don't give a fuck if we're going to blast down on Monday. I don't care if we're going to crash on Monday. I don't care about straight up moves. I don't care about, I care about it, but there's a whole nother layer underneath for price action that matters more to me than any of that stuff. So what am I looking for in this Friday? I'm looking for a series of higher lows, right? That's bullish. A series of higher highs into the bell. Although I know that we don't need to go up here. We don't need to go up here. I just need to be higher. But if we choose to early in the day, we have windows where we can, right? We know that if we become bullish in here, if they buy 12 p.m., it's somewhere around 1:30 to 2 p.m. on average, somewhere in here. Could be longer, but on average. In reality, what do I need to do today? Pop this in, get a new high, come back down here, right? Come up into this one right here. Hey, got a nice new high in the day. Looks great. Right, and then I just fade this down into the close. That's all I need. Matter of fact, we can flush this, and as long as we don't give this up, still bullish for continuation into Monday. Make any sense? Yeah, no? Okay. Let's watch this closely here. Hold on here. If you feel like you're lost right now, it's okay. I want you to think about how you've learned about the stock market and how everything sounded like you didn't know what you were doing. One of the things that you can do is when I started to learn about like options, like I don't trade every exotic option anymore, but when I wanted, like when you get in the stock market, you're like, I want to learn all about this. And then all of a sudden you're like, everything is this, like everything is Elliott wave and everything is gamma and everything is this and that. In fact, what you're trying to do is become as knowledgeable as you can in that stuff, right? And then you want to learn something new. And normally the market will teach you that lesson by you being wrong. You're like, oh my God, there's not edge in this, or I need more of that over there and a taste of this over here. And you start learning what it is more is just time, like doing something or consuming something regularly, and then it becomes more familiar to you. And then when you start to trade it, it becomes tangible. So people learn in three different ways, either by or three or four, I think, reading it, writing it, or having someone explain it to them. So for me, I like all three methods. I use all three methods. And you as a trader, as you make your journey through trading, no matter where you are as a trader, if you, like when I was learning about options, I went to the Option Industry Council and I downloaded all of their videos, and then I downloaded MP4s of all those videos, and I would play Option Industry Council in the background anywhere and anything I was doing. If I was at work, if I was driving, if I was riding a bike, if I was hiking, didn't matter. Hiking, biking, skiing, I had it on in the background. And when I would listen to this stuff, it made no fucking sense to me. And then eventually over time it did. And it became more familiar in terminology, and thoughts and concepts become more familiar to you. And then it becomes a matter of what? How do I take all of this complex stuff that I'm now understanding? Like if you don't understand what I'm talking about right now, maybe a lot of you probably do. Some of you are probably like, he got this wrong and he got that wrong and he got this wrong. Why is he saying that? And there are people that know more than me, right? But you as the trader, you stick around and you keep watching the show and you keep learning and learning and learning until it becomes familiar. And then you try to what? Paper trade these concepts until you look back, even though paper trade is not real and it isn't exactly the same entry and exit and all that kind of stuff. But you want to paper trade this stuff until it's something, you find something that works consistently for you that gives you pretty much, I mean, you should be getting at least 3 wins out of 10, if not 7 out of 10. Some of you, if you're doing some types of trading, specifically like selling options and stuff, you should be able to get like running the wheel and stuff. You should get like 9 out of 10 at least, if not higher, like 27 out of 30, 28 out of 30 wins, sometimes even higher win ratios. But If you don't understand what I'm talking about right now, just keep watching every day and then write down what you're thinking for concepts and bounce them off of someone that you meet, a trader that you meet, a trader in the community, a trader on the chats on YouTube or Kick or wherever it is you are. Be like, hey, dude, you want to talk about this? Like, why did this work? Why does that not work? What's the deal with hindsight trading? What does he mean by that? Or Google search that stuff and find out what he means. Let's watch closely here. Hey, guy, on that 10-second chart, you making money right now? You're going to look like a king right now. You ready? Look at that sexy right there. Woo! You're murdering it right now. My God, it's like it's going straight up right now. Gangster. Should play the music. Just like, woo! This is a 10-second chart, by the way. Right in there. Remember, the second point is right here. Right there. And we don't care about the rest of it. Getting off the bus as we go up there. And remember, people are going to feel bullish up there too. They're going to want to jump on the trade up there. Think about that in every time frame. Okay. I have to take this meeting. I know you're not going to want to hear this. So I'm going to chart this out for you on a 1-minute basis for the rest of the day, okay? Are you ready? What's up? Let's get weird. I only say those things to jar you as the watcher of the show. I don't actually do any of those things, but I think it's hilarious. There are people that do. Okay. Let me chart this out for you really quick. Let's look at this really quick. Bottom right. Oh, we are on the bottom right. Okay. Let's do it like this. I'm going to give you what I think is going to happen. Now, remember that this is a 1 hour, and we have a 1 hour expectation, right, on a 1-minute chart. Okay? So if you're in a 1 minute, what can we do in here? We can turn up early. We can trade this trend like this. Watch this trend. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Okay, there's a range in here, right? So what we're going to do is try to clean this up for you. Okay. Clean this up on a smaller time frame. And I'm going to give you what I think is going to happen, okay? Now, I can be wrong. This is why I tell people I'm not your fucking furu, right? I'm not your furu. I need you to learn the rules so that when I'm not here, you know what to do, right? This is a prime example, isn't it? This is a prime example. You have rules within here for the continuation of the downside. We watched the trap. We took the long up, right? Make sense? We have 1:32 p.m. over here. This is yellow. And I am going to, now I drew this in for you to get out, but you want to be the observer up here. And I'm just looking for the new high. Okay, this is in at 12 p.m. looking for the new high. Now, you know to watch if we don't get the new high, but I think we're going to get it. Okay, and then we're going to look for what? We're going to look for the sellers to come in again, aren't we? And we're going to look at these sellers here, and they failed over here. So we're going to expect these buyers to step back in the 5-minute, right? So we're going to have one, right? One below this support, right? 1, 2, and 3 down here. And we're going to hold and close the gap down here. Now you might bounce up here and flush this and then come back. Okay. This is why you'll see me in a trade and be like, how did Cap not get flushed out? Because I already know what the fuck is happening. So hold on a second here. We're going to look for some new flows at 12:30, right? 12:30, 1 p.m. Right in here, they need to come up here and hit this new high up here, right? Back test right in here. And you see this 2 p.m. flush. Sometimes in here, this is 12:30, whatever it is up here. There's a new high over here. I'm going to go just in here and up just like this, okay? Look at them. Look at the bombs coming in at 12 here. See that bomb right there? They're already trying to nuke this thing. We know they're going to try to nuke this. So they're trying to nuke that right now. We already know they're going to try to nuke it at 12. They don't want the new high because this would be continuation up. They're already stepping in right now to nuke it. So I think this holds. We're going to go up here, down, right? Up here for the new high. Should be something like this. I'm going to tee these up right here. New high, big bear flag right here. Right? And I'll be fearful of this down here. There's the flush. We also have this gap down here was never closed. We don't want to see a new low either. I don't want to see a new low today. I'm looking for continuation. Trade started right here, right about there. Up, down, flush it. We don't need this flush, but up in there. And there's your 726.5. There's 728.5 up there. You see what it looks like now? Now you as a trader, what are you looking to buy in here? You already know your half-hour trigger is right here. There's your first dip buyers here. Dip buyers here, and this guy will continue on to right about here. And there'll be a dip buyer here, and there'll be a dip buyer right in here. So if you're not long already, you're looking for what? A flush down here, whipsaw back up, right? You see that, right? You're middle of the daytime, and you're like, oh my God, it just flushed all the way down here, bro. And you'll hear me say to you, buy it, buy it, buy it. And we buy it, then we get out. Now get out, now get out. And we'll see if there's a new high to continue on up here. We'll just jump on that next trade. Same things right here, okay? But the FOMO is strong right now. And also note that this doesn't have to go this deep, but we're going to do it this deep. And why? Why are we doing it this deep right here? Because I'm looking for the 930 buyer right here. This is the 930 buyer. You're going to expect them to be right about here. So let's show this right here. You're going to expect this buyer right in here. And they stepped in right here. Do you see it? So they were all the way over there. And there's somewhere else, aren't they? They're likely higher, right? They're likely right here. Do you see them? That's that same buyer. And you could even draw this up into this there if you wanted to. And if this buyer's here, they might even be higher, right? They could be right here, couldn't they? So you hammer this one, come back down. And this we just stall, and then whoop, straight up. Right at 725. Oh, wait a minute. It's probably higher, but oftentimes, I want to say one last thing to you guys. So, like, oftentimes you'll get like this will be here, and then it'll be like really quick, like wham, right? Or wham, wham, wham. They clear the whole day out. They could even clear this stuff out down here. All the gap they left behind, they can go straight down and still be bullish, believe it or not. So you're like, oh my God, I'm going to buy the close right now. So just be aware of like, this is where the pain is. And you already have rules for turning around in this stuff anyways, but this is the gist of it. Let's watch this closely. Make any sense? I want you to think about how the day needs to close. I'll be back. I'm not done. I'm coming back to the show. I just have to do a quick meeting. It's like the next hour or two, I think. He was supposed to leave at 1. He got delayed, so I gotta see if I even have the time. But I will be back. Just watch these flows at 12 fucking p.m. Okay? Yeah. Watch these flows right here because these guys are trying to sell this again. They took a whack at it back here. They're trying another one. And not only that, this is a high, and we're failing a new high right now. See it? You have the high failing the new high, right? This is where I think we're going, but I already told you that it's lower, right? This was actually right here, wasn't it? I had it right here, right? On the second one, something like that. I moved this higher because I said I think we're going up there. So just be careful here. Just watch this closely. Hey, you know what? I'll just stick around. I'll just stick around. I'll watch this with you. Hold on here. Fucking trying to get all your trading in on a Friday. I didn't draw this up here. I didn't want to draw this up here, but I did because this is what I think in my mind. But I would be out of the trade up here, so I don't stick around for that nonsense. I'm not a part of FOMO gang. People they'll say I'm a part of DGen gang, but I am definitely not a part of FOMO gang. I get out before we ever get to the 5th wave. I'm stepping off as you're stepping on normally. Let's watch this close for a minute. I guess I'll have to wait until he gets to where he's going. I'll stick around, guys. I get you. I feel bad. No worries, traveling Taya. Oh God, he's out there fucking. Trump's out there fucking tearing it up on a Friday. Trump's like, I'm watching the stock market today, and I want to start selling, so I'm going to start putting the bullshit out. We're going to start a war over the weekend. He's like, I'm selling calls to you right now. I'm pleased to announce that I'm selling calls based on the fact. Yeah, we're shaking that VIX right now, chopsticks, aren't we? Look at VIX 9-day, not VX. That's VIX futures. He's talking about VIX 30-day, but you can look at VX is VIX futures, VIX is 30-day VIX, and then VIX 9-day is like SPX divided by VIX or something. Watch VIX 9-day. It's good for a day trader. That's what you want to be watching. On a 4-hour basis, there's a whole bunch of gaps, all the way down to $9. Look at that fucker, huh? There's like Donkey Kong up here, right? Does that look like a barrel? No, that doesn't look like a fucking barrel. Looks like shit. Used to be an artist when I was a kid. It's a horrible looking barrel. I gotta draw Donkey Kong up here all angry. I don't know how to draw him anymore. We'll just draw him as a bear. He's got cute little ears. He's angry. Oh, that looks like shit. Yeah, it looks like they're trying to kill the VIX right now. I was having a long conversation, extended conversation with Volatility Wiz, on Discord channels, and it's like carrying over everywhere. I was asking posing a question yesterday. I've been watching the VIX closely, and like rate volatility is where it's at right now, but the VIX in particular, like I'm asking myself, like, okay, if we're gonna dump the VIX to $9 or $10 or $12, that means we're shedding volatility. What volatility are we shedding? Is it on bubble intact? Is it on seasonality? Is it on war fear? Is it on economic destruction? Is it because of inflation? Is it because of mechanics in the market? Or does the vol stay high? And we're primed right now for vol spot up or volatility in the market to crater really quickly or start blasting down. So this is an ongoing conversation we've been having right now. Like if it's like this, then vol should, or the bottom of volatility should be like $12 at best. If conditions are what they say they are, it should be like $12. We should not be trading $9 with everything going on that's going on. So I think the bigger question is, I think yesterday at some point, Vol Wiz said the war is continuing, of course, or purported to be continuing. So we shouldn't clear like $9 unless the war is over. Nobody's telling us. You start seeing volatility, or you see like VIX head down to $9. You're likely going to see an announcement that there's a truce, or it's maybe Russia or something like that. Russia, Ukraine. Sometimes the VIX will tell you more than the news will, or the headlines. it kind of cuts through a lot of Trump bullshit too. Whenever things get really messy and cloudy, I try to watch like other things. I mean, I'm always afraid of the Trump pump and the Trump dump, but whenever I'm looking for like the real answers, like what's really going on, bond volatility, rate volatility, VIX volatility, can sometimes give you a better answer as to truly what's going on, or at least what the market is pricing in. Like, what does the street, what do retailers, what does everybody think is with their real money? What do they think is going to happen? Not what they purport or bullshit talk or zeitgeist and all that other kind of stuff. Because the market doesn't trade. I don't know if you guys know this. Like, the market doesn't, or the market does trade the economy, and it will price in like doom and shit. Like that low, that major market low for the spring, you have to think to yourself, like, we've already priced in a bunch of shit. So things need to get worse for us to go back down there. Like, things have to be worse, like worse than what we've priced in. And then you think about the time that it takes to price that stuff into the market. Like the market does trade to economic conditions, material changes, or new information, or something gets worse or something. But that normally takes a lot of time. It's not normally like immediate. There's not like on average, it's not an immediate kind of a thing. So it's for us to go back down there, you need that new information, and you're still given an opportunity to get out. Even if you slam down to go down there, you're still going to be given enough time to get out at some point. So. Be careful. No longs here. Just be safe. Don't do nothing. Just keep on watching this. Still don't have this push higher here yet. They're still working on it. These sellers. They're still working on trying to sell it, taking the time. It's pretty bearish. You can see they're getting an early start, right? Trying to sell it already. Taking another whack at it here. You can see the sellers really want this badly. They want to call the top of the market. They can't. You got to be underneath the daily trigger. Way lower. They can make Ting Dingler the 1 and 5 minute trigger if they want. Here's another new low. It's the same setup as 10 a.m. Or we don't have the new low yet, but this is the same exact setup as this one over here. Same exact setup. It repeats itself on every time frame. Like it never ends. It's like a constant repeating cycle over cycle over cycle over cycle over cycle. Give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna call this meeting off real quick, okay? Don't do anything right now. Don't even sell this shit. Don't do nothing. Be right back. All right, here you go. I'm back now. Sorry about that. I had to have a quick conversation. So you got your 1, 2, 3 right here. It's your low, your new low. This one's succeeding. I want you to watch this really quick. Let's go over here and look at this. Right. Hold on here. I want you to look at this one right here. Do you see how this one was the low? There's the new low. Do you see how the stops, how the seller was stopped out here? Right? And then boom, squeeze them out. And then they tried it again at 12, right? They come in early, slam, there's your first low. This is your 1, and this is your 2. Here's your 1 over here, and here is your 2. And watch the difference between all of this here. Let's watch this closely. So you got 1, 2, right? Reversal to the upside. You have the second round of selling over here. And what's the difference here? Do you see the difference in this structure versus this? Do you see the difference in that structure right there? Do you see the exhaustion candle of the buyer? Do you see it? I don't know if you do or don't. There's a completely different structure here, right? You see the exhaustion candle? So there's someone coming in right now to sell this, to hammer this to the downside. And they're going to take this bad boy all the way down here. Watch this happen. And we're looking for 2 places down here. We've got this low right here. There's a target, and there's another target right here. There's the first pick of the target. You want to be watching this to see if we break it or not. Watch this closely right here. We haven't broken it yet. So you're going to see a red candle to attempt to break this right now. Let's watch this back here. See it over there? Let's watch the slam down. And now they want to get the extra down here. And then they're going to try to break this all the way down here and down here. Remember, though, we're accumulating right now. We're not selling. I just canceled my meeting. I'm here with you for the bitter end on a Friday. So I'll take a trade with you on stream today. Watch this. There's some gappage down below here. Failed to get the new low on this low point here. Happy Friday, everybody. They are certainly aggressive, aren't they? There's also a bear plane up here. Do you see this? That's the first bear plane right there. You can get bear planes too on every time frame. Bear planes, bull planes on 1 and 5 minute trigger, bull and bear plane on half hour, hourly trigger. And you can get bull and bear plane on hourly and daily trigger. And then you can get a bear and bull plane on daily and weekly trigger. You name it. And all of these triggers, you can see bull and bear planes. Well, that's not good for bears right here. Come on, Bears, put your back into it, bros. What is this, like a sell candle for pants? Every bear wants to call the top. You know it, right? They're like, this is my time. This is the top. We're going to 0. That's not. This is not looking like it. There's most certainly bear rage in here. Now, Trump is live right now, it says. Hold on here. Looks like they're still doing their thing. I'll leave this on in the background right now. I'm going to put it on mute in case I see Trump. Maybe he was already on. It looks like. It looks like he was already talking, so he may have already spoken before he's getting on his flight.
Right.
I'll leave it on here in the background in case he comes out and talks again. I wasn't watching this in the background or anything like that. I was on a call, taking a call really quick. Okay, now we're going to shift a little bit away from this stuff, okay? We're going to make a slight shift away for the moment. I have to prep our community. So we're in the midst of rolling calls higher. We're entering a new month. We're entering a new month. And I'm going to put this back here. I want to see if we got a new low on this half an hour here. Just watch really closely here for a minute. So some top line stuff here. Number one, we are at the month end right now, or yesterday we're at month end. It's kind of funky when you come into month ends when they fall on. Dude, this stream that I have is crazy on Forbes right now. When you come in a month end and it's not that clean, like the first is on Friday, right? Then you've got the weekend and then you've got next week. It's not really a clean end to a month. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on here.
It's never been used. It's never been adhered to, and every other president considered it totally unconstitutional, and we agree with that.
Will Iran affect your China trip given the blockade?
No, the China, it's going to be amazing. The visit with China, Chairman Xi, that's going to be great. We have the trip with China coming up, and I think it'll be an amazing event.
If you can't get a deal on Iran, what next? What will you do?
Well, right now we have negotiations going on. They're not getting there. They are very disjointed. They're extremely disjointed. They're not able to get along with each other as leaders. They don't know who the leader is. Their military has been defeated. If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to build back that country. But we're not satisfied at this moment.
Are you considering new strikes on Iran?
Why would I tell you that?
Spirit Airlines, what has been the holdup on a deal? Are they
We're looking
balking?
at it. We're looking at trying to help them. Something we're not looking to get involved with, but if we can, it's 14,000 jobs. We are, I would say we're driving a tough deal, but it's one of those things. We'll do it or we won't. We'll have something for you today or tomorrow.
It seems like the other lenders are balking. They think they'll get bumped down in priority.
Well, they will. You know, we come first. Hey, you know what it is? USA first, America first. That's my fight. Including with airlines, including with Intel. You know, we made an Intel deal. You know that, right? We made about $40 billion on that. And someday Fox and Peter is going to talk about it. But we helped out Intel, and we ended up making $40 billion. So we're looking at Spirit different kind of a thing. But we're looking at Spirit, and we can help them, we will. But we have to come first. We're first. It's America first.
The CEO of Anthropic came to meet Susie Wiles a week or two ago. What is the latest on your position on that company?
Well, only that they had a very good meeting.
You had a CENTCOM commander come in here yesterday. Was he briefing you on a different approach, options? What kind of options? How would it look different?
Well, there are options. I mean, do we want to go and just blast the hell out of them and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? I mean, those are the options.
Do you want to go blast the hell out of him?
I'd prefer not.
Forever?
On a human basis, I'd prefer not, but that's the option. Do we want to go in there heavy?
He's telling them that he doesn't want to nuke them.
Want to do something? They're a very disjointed unitship, as you can understand, Peter. Very disjointed. I mean, they're not getting along with each other, and it puts us in a bad.
You're talking about losing human. You're the president of the United States, and you're talking about glassing.
Including the hardliners. The hardliners want to make a deal too. Why wouldn't they? They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. They have no nothing.
There was some reporting this week that
Come on, Trump. Don't use those words. You're the president, bro.
the White House were starting to worry about our inventory of bombs and missiles. Are you worried?
No, we have.
Don't say anything, Trump. Don't give away how much ammunition we have.
If we need it. But all over the world, we have tremendous amounts of inventory, the best. For instance, we're stocked and locked and loaded. Right now, we have more than double what we had when this started. But, you know, we're all over the world. We're in many, many different countries, many different places, all packed up. Now, what happened is Biden came in like a stupid fool, and he gave a lot of what we had to Ukraine. Right. And $350 billion they spent. We don't do that. Everybody has to pay. The European Union pays us, but Biden didn't get money. He got nothing. But he gave a lot of the inventory away. Now, relatively speaking, it's not that, but it was a lot of inventory. He gave it to Ukraine. We built it up, but we have inventory from all over the world.
Are you going to go to the G7? The G7 is in France in June. Will you go to it?
Mr. President, with the Lebanese and Israeli leaders meeting here soon, Mr. President? President NATO.
What about NATO?
Did the king change your mind? King Charles?
No. King and I had a great, he's just a great person. He's a high-quality person. I love the job he did in Congress. He actually got the Democrats to stand. He's a wonderful person. She's a wonderful lady, a wonderful queen, and we had a good time.
Mr. President, will the Lebanese and Israeli leaders be meeting here soon at the White House?
Yeah, they're going to be coming.
When you go to this is going to be your first big public event since somebody tried to kill you on Saturday. Do you feel safe going to something like this today?
I don't even think about it, Peter.
You still support a pardon for Pete Rose, sir?
Oh, I think Pete Rose was great. I think Pete Rose should have been in the Baseball Hall of Fame a long time ago. A long time ago before his death. I think baseball did a great disservice by not respecting his achievements on the field. He was a great player. I knew him. I knew him well. He was a great player.
Will you pardon him? It seems like it would happen with your blockade, and you don't have to restart the war, or you don't have to make a deal. Is that correct? Are you happy with the blockade?
Trump is on his way to the swinger resort. Trump is on his way to the Villages right now.
We had a great victory, but we're not doing
Do you guys know about the Villages?
Their teams are unbelievable.
Vice did a really good documentary on the Villages. It's in Florida. Oh.
Can you talk about what this means to you, the stock market performance, and do you believe that this is going to continue throughout the rest of your term?
Thank you. The stock market is hitting record numbers. We have more people working in the USA today than we've ever had working, as you know.
GDP is up too. People are better off today than they were. I'm not a Trump fan, but I looked at the GDP numbers this week.
At this moment, the stock market has hit record highs. We have more people.
No one wants to hear that, I know. The
Today
data goes against what you have to say about that.
we are really doing well. Now,
That's a problem. He's spending like a drunken Democrat.
you have a world without a nuclear weapon with Iran. If you allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, the world would be in great jeopardy. So it's not going to happen. As soon as the war ends, the gasoline prices will come
Now, sir, you're going down to the villages. You're going to be talking to our seniors. You've delivered for
They're not seniors. These are like crispy, angry boomers, like legit boomers. They're mad at their kids. Well, they're mad at the change of society in the U.S. If you ever have a chance, watch the documentary. It's amazing. It's called The Villages. It was put up by Vice, but the documentary filmmaker, this woman, she's amazing. She's a great filmmaker. Just as a side note, a chance to check it out because it's like The Village is like famous for like swinging. It's like more of an aerial disease there than anywhere else in Florida.
You're going to have the greatest ballroom ever built. It's on time, on budget, and it's doing great.
And Mr. President, you're going to be hosting the first ever UFC fight at the White House in 45 days, sir. Can you preview the event? Can you talk about the card and what this will mean?
Some of the greatest champions in the world. The arena, they're going to start building it over the next week. It's right here. It'll be about 5,000 seats. They'll have 100,000 people down by the ellipse with screens, and it's all free. It's going to be great. I got to go.
What's your message to Americans who are thinking of paying high gas prices?
Well, it was just announced we have more people working in the United States today than ever before in history. Outside of the gasoline, prices are way down. Prices have come down. Groceries, and I inherited that. We inherited the highest inflation in the history of our country, 48 years. In the history of our country. And prices are down. When the war ends, which shouldn't be too long, they want to make a deal so badly, but they're not there yet. They're not there, in my opinion, they're not there. When the war ends, gasoline prices are going to tumble because there is so much right now on the seas already loaded into tankers that can't escape the strait. There is so much, like record-setting. But when the war ends, gasoline prices will go down to below what they were. I think it's very important. The stock market just hit an all-time high. And again, more people working today than at any time ever. And we just got the largest tax cut in history with the no tax.
Mr. President, Mr. Kurdish here.
You like him?
This guy?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Kurdish, I love you, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you said you send weapons to help Iranian demonstrators. Some source claim these weapons are in Suleimania, in Iraqi Kurdistan. Do you confirm that? And as you said, they will pay a big price?
I'm not happy with the delivery of the weapons. I'm not thrilled with it. But a small amount of weapons were sent, and we'll see who has them. But I'm not happy with what happened with the Kurds. The Kurds did not deliver the weapons like that.
Sorry for the noise here.
And they're loading up. So what do you think? I don't want to say it, but our country is getting stronger and stronger. This has been amazing. The amount of oil and gas that we're selling now is at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Would you consider Ron DeSantis for a cabinet position?
Well, I like him a lot, Joe.
Can you tell us
Nobody
what you're not
did. I like him a lot.
Can you tell us why you're not satisfied with Iran? Can you tell us, you said you're not satisfied with the plan right now? Can you tell us what specifically you're not satisfied with?
They're asking for things that I can't agree to.
I think that's it. I'm not sure here, but it looks like it's it. Looks like he's talking to his constituents. I'm going to mute this here for a minute. It looks like he's leaving to speak to his constituents. If you ever have the chance, look up the movie The Villages from Vice TV. And the reason you should look it up is because this documentary filmmaker that her film was bought by Vice, it gives a fairly good dumbed down or a perspective from as to why the U.S. is where it is in relations between older and younger people. It's fascinating. And if you watch that documentary, try to watch there's like a second documentary where Vice has a round or they sit in like two chairs or something, and they discuss the documentary, like a making of the documentary or something, and they do a much better job of going into depth on this topic, which is why is there such a disconnect between young people and older people. It does a really good job of it. Like, why is there a disconnect? Why is there so much anger? Like the pull your bootstraps up and avocado toast gang, two different gangs, avocado toast gang and then bootstrap gang. They do a really good explanation as to why there's a societal shift happening. It's been going on since it started post-war Germany in the U.S. It hasn't happened everywhere in the world. Europe, it hasn't happened, and it hasn't happened in Asia. They might be whiffs of it, but it really took place inside the U.S. Where for the first, like back in the day, like pre World War II, pre World War II, the U.S. is very similar to Europe and Asian societal cultures, and then older people would do their nursing home time and hospice time with their families. Families were much more cohesive generationally, and then the boomers got wealthy post-war, and they had money and access to health care from post-war health care that was developed in World War II, and they lived longer. They had more faculties about them, and it was the first generation in the United States where they were able to do more than any prior generation. So it's ironic because you and I today are living the benefits of that new generation that was the boomers, which is so like the yuppies came up and they made it even worse by today's youth. But today's youth are still in the same societal shift that's taking place. And they'll likely do the same things, or if not worse, to forward generations coming. If you ever have a chance, watch the documentary. It's fascinating. It's really simple. It's like if you're third grade reading level, you can understand it. They dumb it down real simple for you. Okay, so Trump is on his way out of here. He's going to the Villages in Florida. So he's done for the weekend. Let me turn this off really quick. he made a bunch of commentary earlier. We're going to get back off this tangent with Trump, and we're going to shift back towards month end. So we're in month end, right? We have January, February, March. That's Q1. You have the end of April. This is the new month following a quarter end, and we've recovered, right, for this 1 month. And now we're coming into the belly of Q2, which is May, and then we've got June, right? So we're going to wrap up this quarter, and then we come into July, the next month of the second quarter, where we should roll down into seasonal weakness to hopefully get along for next year, believe it or not. So this is like the seasonality of the market, how the market participates, and all that kind of stuff. And I want you to be thinking about the month of May, the merry month of May. If you were a trader, you're getting a clean slate again for a month at least. And what all you're trying to identify is one key thing. If you're not a day trader, a degenerate, a gambler, or independently wealthy or any of that stuff, you're just like a regular trader, right? Regular investor. You're just trying to do one thing. Now, we're going to take profit here, right? In the beginning of May, we're going to take profit. We've got some sell here. We've got CTAs that are no longer buyers. They're not major sellers either, right? Like a flat tape, they're sellers lightly. A slightly down tape, they're sellers as well. And so what we're looking for, and what the street is looking for, truthfully, is a bottom. Can we find a bottom in May? So over this weekend into next week, and we have this follow-along thing going on that I explained to you earlier. So if today we can hold the lows, right, higher lows, and if the close is on a high, we should expect some follow-along into when? Monday, right? A high to sell-off on Monday or on Sunday futures. So I wanted you to think about a few things here. If we're able to get long here, you could potentially trade futures, right, up into the close today, into like 6 p.m., and you could just enjoy your weekend. It's real easy. If you feel like you want to put some risk on into Monday, you can structure your trade to be like calls for Wednesday to close on Monday open or the Monday high. You could do a call spread in case there's no buyers there. We do a call spread in the money for Wednesday, and you get a print on the close today, or you get a print on Monday open, or you're right here where we are right now at 721, and you won't get too banged up if let's say we trade up right now, and then Sunday futures goes from 726 down to 720. You're right in the area where you'd only be cut up a little bit. Does that make sense? You could also put longer-term calls on here if you really want to. If you're like, I want even less risk, you put longer-term calls. Maybe you make 3 or 5%, but very low risk. If you get trapped, it'll swing back up again into June, July, and you'll be back in the money again. If it was me, if you're asking me what to do here, if you've made a bunch of money in the merry month of April, or the asshole April, or angry April, right? You should be doing nothing. It's like most of you right now, we're at a major high in the market. You should not care about whether this is the top today or the top's on Sunday or the top's on Monday or Wednesday of next week. You should not care. You should be out of market or not engaged in buying and looking for the monthly low in the merry month of May. And the triggers tell you all you need to know. Can you buy? Hold on 1 second here. Hang tight. Sorry, it was I had a suspected fraud call, robocall suspected fraud. Oh yeah, you should be getting along here, by the way. We're going up here. That's the bottom right there. You just met. That's the bottom. Just so you know, that's the bottom. I'm just gonna tell you right now. That's the bottom. That's the bottom tick right here. This is the bottom for the day. It's gonna tell you right now before we even get there. There's your gimme for the day. That's your bottom right there. Well, I'm just gonna get along with you. I got my Wednesday calls on. Done. Now I'm gonna close my laptop. I'm actually just close my brokerage, but I'm not gonna look at it. I'm long for Wednesday calls. Okay. Now I don't know when I'm gonna close them, but I'm long right now. I'm with you. Now that's going against my own advice to you right now, because I know some of you fucking degenerates want to get the last little fucking bit into this. Now, for the rest of you that are not degenerates, we have sell flows. I don't think that they hit the tape until Monday. If you want to know when those sell flows hit, I think it's like we're on a flat tape right now, so like we're not getting the CTAs coming into the market yet. We need to like start breaking hourly trigger for them to sell a little bit. And then I don't think you get the pension flow selling until Monday. I don't think the pension flows are. They may have even dumped some of them today. At 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. They might have dumped some of them already. Now, for the merry month of May, you're only looking for the monthly low, okay? And I know that over this weekend, there's a lot of whispering going on that the war is going to pick back up again, that we're going to start more kinetic action against Iran. It's probably a source of fear for you out there right now. Trump likely also knows that we're on a stock market high at the end of a month. His first presidency had like 2 or 3 street guys. The fucking White House is full of street guys right now. Like, I mean, full. You could say right now that this White House is probably the most bought White House by Wall Street in a very, very long time. So he's aware of this too. He knows that he likely has a window at least the first week of May. And that puts us into, I believe, the 8th for for bad shit. He can do bad shit and not worry too much about it. And its impacts on the stock market. He likes the stock market, and he likes to trade with the stock market, or he likes to do shit with the stock market. Like, we're going to do some cool shit when it's going up, and we're going to do some bad shit when I know it's about to go down. So we got to think about that too. And because of the wonkiness in the start of today's the 1st, Friday. Next week, though, from the 5th to the 8th, I'm fairly bearish here. We also have a bunch of data coming out. We had data yesterday, data today. We have a bunch more data coming out next week as well. On 3-star data we have coming out next week. Let me just check this right here again, make sure I got the right fucking data. Our upcoming econ data. I'm just going to do the most important ones. But we've got the big ones. On Tuesday, we have ISM Services PMI. We have JOLTS, both at 10 a.m. On Friday, we get non-farm payroll and unemployment rate, the U rate. That should mark a bottom, right? We come into NFP on a low. If we do come in on a low on NFP next Friday, with all that volatility, if it does, it would mark a place where you could potentially get long. If you're looking for like a potential place for a market bottom on the daily trigger or the hourly trigger, you'll likely find one there if we sell into it. You also have some other bad news a little bit farther down the road where we're bottoming and trading sideways and looking for the actual low for the month of May. That includes existing home sales on May 11th. And on Tuesday, the 12th, core inflation rate year over year. And then on Wednesday, the 13th, you get PPI. And on the 14th, you get retail sales. These are only the big ones. But that should mark that hey, we're escaping and we're out of here and we're heading up, up and away. So if you're a bull and you're a patient bull, you're just looking for the monthly low, like that monthly candle. And let me just show you this simple. Let me put this simply here for you. So I can crayon this for you. it would seem like it's oh wait a minute, I was wrong. Let's go up here and look for a minute. So this is the educational chart again. And this is what I want to show you here. So there's a few things I want to show you here. So we're looking for the month of May. And we're going to go to a monthly candle. Okay. So this is a 1 month candle. And there's a bunch of information here, a whole bunch. So we have a line right here. This is the month of May, right? This is the month of April, previous month, okay? And we want to look at this stuff right here too. We want to look at, like, we got up, down, up, right? Down, hold this, up, down, hold this, right? Up, down, hold this. It's a fairly significant area right here, right? So we're going to snap another line right here. You can take this home with if you want. That one right there. And then we have this one right here. And for the rest of the summer to be bullish, this is all that matters, right? So you see these monthly candles. If you were to mark that low, you'd be rich. That low, you'd be rich. That low, you'd be rich, right? That low, you'd be rich. Even that low, you'd be rich. This low, you'd be rich. If you're a bull, you're buying, rich, right? So we can do this and up. We can do this and up. We can even do this in May and up and still bullish. Believe it or not, still bullish. And there's more information here even on this. So if we go, so this is monthly, right? We're going to do M, M, and M. This is the halfback trade in here, right? And you're defending all of this right here, right? So we're going to look at a weekly basis. And now this is the, actually, let's do it like this. Go back to the month. I can't put the line in there, can I? That's all right. Let's go to a week. We got April, 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 April. Hey, look at that, the 30th. Let's actually go to the day really quick. Let's go to April 1st right there. And then we're going to go back to the week. It's not really in here. It's inside of this week right here. But there's a whole bunch of more information in here, isn't there? Let's look at this right here. And the first thing I want you to think about is you want a monthly low, okay, for bullish continuation. This would be your monthly low for May. This is a monthly low for May. This is a monthly low for May. And then we have weekly lows in here. And we're going to snap a line right here. And we're going to write W. We're going to do another one in here. W. We're going to make these green. I don't know. Hold on. We got weekly, weekly. And then this coincides with a weekly here. And this one right here. Right about here is a weekly. We're not using anything right now. We're just using lines we're making, right? No indicators, no nothing. right in here, right? Get rid of this right here. And there's some things we can look at here, right? We can do the 8th. Right here. Now switch to a day. This is Friday the 8th. We also want to know about Vixpiration. This is the 8th because of news. We've got some potentially bad news coming up. And then we want to look at Vixpiration calendar. If we can catch an unclench. May 19th. And this is really all you need. If you were to pop and drop in here and you come into these things where they slam you down, it's fairly simple. Like we're back testing all of this stuff over here, right? There's even a little one over here. You could even argue that that's another one right there. But that doesn't really matter either. I don't think that matters. But let's say we go up here, right? We pop up and we're just doing this kind of stuff. Like here's your monthly bottom, right? You sweep this up here, all of a sudden you get a new high, and then you're picking the low, right? That makes sense? Or we're down here. Here's your Vixpiration, right? Here's your OpEx over here. I believe the that's the Tuesday. That's Vixpiration, but then you've got OpEx over here. Let's say we start selling down here, right? All of a sudden we're underneath here. Well, that's not good, right? We don't have a new high to buy. We get a new low down there, and all of a sudden we're down here, right? Make a new high up here. Woo, sweet. We got a new high on this binary event. And then you're just trying to mark that low. So let's say this new monthly candle will look like this, right? This new monthly candle will like start out like this, come down, right? And there's a wick down here, right? And then this candle is like red. I don't know that it's this deep or not. And then this candle would be expected to be green at the end of this month, right? Make sense? Or even just equal legs. So you get into May. Still haven't sold, right? May 30 or June right here. Still haven't sold. Like I've sold you 730s and 725s. I don't care if you're up here. I don't care if you're up here because I'm still doing this here, right? It gives me a chance to roll calls if I need to. If they peek their heads up, it still comes down to go higher. So the call seller's fine in here. He can roll his calls higher. Let's look at this on triggers really quick. So let's look at just triggers here. And look what's happening here. You see this here? So your daily trigger is coming up right now. Right? It's going to come up here. This one's going to come up here. And you see how that is right there? Not bad, right? So you're looking to be buying dips where? In the month of May. I'll give you 3 spots, right? You're looking for the daily trigger pullback here to 707. You're still on Poop Mountain. Right? Everything's fine in here. Even if you were to swing low for a minute, everything is fine. And if you do the full halfback trade, maybe you're down here, right? Oh my God, it's horrible. You got a gap to close down here. It's like really quick, women. we start getting out of here. Does that make sense to you? So your biggest, like for where we are right now, if we go back to a monthly, this candle is not formed. Your only job for the month of May is to find the low. It's that simple. If you find the low, whether it's on that big white line up there, we just trade sideways maybe into all this volatility passes, or we get as deep of a discount as we possibly can. You're just looking for that low. If you place that low trade in May, we're going to look for a print in June and July. We're going to look for a carry on and follow through to the upside. Even if we were to race all the way down here for a low, whoop, right? This is the new candle. This candle would start out looking like this, right? Come down here. This would be red. Maybe you get a little wick down here. And then this candle would turn into the end of the month, you know, nice new high in the month, right? This is all in line right here. See that? Then it comes back down for the month of June, right? Down here, and then we're up into July, and then we're topping, right? Into August, September, October. All of a sudden, they're holding all this up, and we're up, or even we come down here and finally clean all that out, and then we're up and out of here. Does that make sense to you guys? So if top line is what? What is top line here? Find the fucking low in May. That's your job as a trader. Find the low in May. If you can find the low in May, you are going to beat everybody. Okay? Make any sense? You want to snap that for yourselves? And put that on a day basis for you? And what you can do for the month of May is what? You can put like, oh, I've got this coming up on this date. I've got this coming up on this day, whatever it may be, right? And you can even mark them differently. You can say this is bearish. So it's red. And then maybe you check like, I've got something here for you. Hold on here. Where is my events thing? Hold on. I don't know where it is right now. I've been rearranging all my bookmarks for this. Like, look at like tech conference schedule. I don't know where my tech conference schedule is, but let's say you've got like an NVIDIA, just as an example here. I'm not saying this is happening, but let's say you've got bearish news here, and then all of a sudden you get like a big tech event right here. You'd make that green. And you could say, oh, yeah, we're going to go down here. And then all of a sudden we have the news that we need, or the expected news, right? We're going to expect to get some good news on, I don't know, an Apple event or an NVIDIA event, or could be something where the government's going to reopen. It doesn't have to be tech. It could be tech related or whatever. And you can actually put all of the known events in for May and at least get an idea of price action versus events. Is it sell the news? Are we like trading up into a good event? There's a green line here, right? And then we're down here, and then another good event to go higher. Make any sense? You can map out your whole entire May with what you have known in here, and start looking for where is the monthly low, if that helps you at all. Anyways, we're gonna get rid of this for a minute. I gotta get back to the main show here. So what you're doing here is, let's bring this over for the traders. What you're doing here is you're plotting and planning right now. If you're a trader looking for May, you should be plotting and planning just like I am. Or you just show up every day, or you subscribe or whatever, and you'll get briefs and you'll get expectations in real time and that kind of stuff. I do this work for you, a lot of it for you, and watch it in real time 24 hours a fucking day. But at any rate, you are. See, we're green right now. Hey, look at that, we're green. Check it out. Woo! Save the day, bro. Save traders today again. Another day. So, what I want you to do is I want you to, on your own, so that you're not always, I want you to rely upon me, of course, right? I got viewers, right? But the real truth here is that I want you to be able to do this when I'm not here. So there's a lot of information in today's stream that you can look at on your own. I didn't show a single indicator on that chart. I didn't look at anything but candlesticks on that chart. And if we break any of those things, like if you break those lines, you know that the triggers are going to tell you that we're going down even deeper, right? There's more information there, but you get the gist here, right? You're just looking for the low. If you're a bull, you're looking for what is the monthly low in the merry month of May. If you find it and you see that we held that level and then we showed the new high on the prior lower high or whatever, you can normally time it and say this is the monthly low. And instead of being a degenerate with these small candles in a 1 minute chart or a 10-second chart or whatever, more than likely you can figure out this is all going to be up and all these dips are going to be bought or they're not going to be bought or whatever. And you can, with confidence, not care about liquidation breaks, not care about anything anyone else is telling you. You can go out there and espouse all the fuck you want. You can go out there and talk about fucking bullshit news and this and that and econ data and all these other things, and you can actually know where it should stop and where it should go. And you can be what? A predictor of market performance. You can be a predictor of price action. You can look like you can make magic, right? Even though it's not magic, right? Your crystal ball is not really a crystal ball. It's the research that you've done and you continue to do as the market evolves over the course of a month or 3 months or 6 months or a year and even further out in time. Believe it or not, these accumulations and distributions happen on multiple different levels. And you have to be aware of all that other stuff too. But I think just that right there is like, that's top line, man. That's explaining something complicated in a very simple way for you to use as a tool with not a single thing but candlesticks. Very simple. You guys all doing well out there? Happy Friday. Here, we'll just get rid of this right now. We don't need to see this. This is a 1 hour expectation. We're just going to watch this here closely. It's in the way. We'll keep raising this up. This one right here. These are where your stops are if you're long with me. And you can be a loser here. I want to say something to you, too. I'm doing probability and statistics on this trade, and you can be wrong. It's a very small percentage of the time. It's like 15% of the time. But if you are wrong, you're only going to get cut up. You're going to cut your losses, right? And if you take any kind of pain or whatever, you can even just take money and leave. You have to make the decision as to where you're going to take your profit. You have to make just this trade right here. Just this fucking trade is built on probability and statistics, and the chances are that you're right and they're wrong. Like, you're going to win this trade. But the bigger question is, if you are wrong, you only take small cuts. You don't commit to your thesis. You can turn on a dime, and your thesis, hey, I'm wrong, right? 15%. So I'm going to take small cuts, and I'm then going to limit my losses, and I'm going to try again. And if you do that consistently over and over and over and over and over and over, and you're not breaking your fucking rules, you will consistently be a winning trader. And you will consistently beat the market, and you'll consistently beat a whole bunch of motherfuckers out there. It's not even funny. You'll destroy them. You'll make them look like they're the worst fucking trader in the goddamn world. Day in, day out, back and forth, you'll beat their fucking doors off, left and right. Make sense? I love you too. I fucking love you too, the kid. Okay. Today is Friday. We have some other stuff we have to roll through here. I want you to look at all the econ data. Go to I go to economic. What's the one that I use here? I like the Trading Economics is my favorite site now. Right now for this stuff, that's what I use to write out my map for the month of May. Each month I write out a map with all the events on it. You also want to look for positive events and positive catalysts. I'll give you a few for May. Okay, you have some positive catalysts in tech conference season. It's been going on now for a couple months. It falls in line with rave season or EDM season. So when you see me saying, "Hey, it's party season," right? Hey, guess what's coming up? We've got EDC, we've got Coachella, we've got Movement, and all this other stuff. It happens to also be tech conference season. Shocker, it falls in line with seasonal bullishness, right? What's another positive? I'm telling you some of the potential negative catalysts like Vixpiration and NFP and month end and OPEX and all those kind of things and new month flows that are negative. What about some positive catalysts? Earnings season's not over yet, is it? We still have some big earnings coming up. I want to give you another thing that you can take and use for yourself. Now, I don't trade with this company. There is, you know how they have prop firms and stuff? Today, it's very easy to create your own brokerage for even regular buying and selling stocks and simple-ish options and spreads and stuff. And a lot of these companies that do like pay for order flow, like a Webull or a Robinhood, is like one tier of these brokerages. And then there's a horrible tier below them where the pay for order flow is even bigger. These are predatory companies that they're there to take all your money. There's too many hands in the pudding. And so I tried trading with this company just to test them out, and their fills were even worse than Robinhood's. And there are others like this company. This isn't to slight them. This was just my experience. You may have a different experience or want to try this company and say, "Hey, Cap doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about." Are you green right now? Are you green right now? So, I'm going to talk to you about this company right here. You can make an account with this company. You don't even have to if you don't want to. They've evolved over the years to where you don't have to, but I want to show you. You guys okay? Now, this company has, every brokerage and every company has good and bad about it. What I like about this brokerage is that it's just quick. There are better brokerages that give better information, but like crayons and stuff. And I want to explain to you what makes it one of the reasons I like this company. And I have no affiliation with them. They don't pay me for anything. I think this is a front, or not a front, but I think this is a company that's either in partnership with Benzinga. I'm not a fan of Benzinga. Matter of fact, they're in. Dude, look at my box here. My box sucks. It's not covered. There it goes. That's better. I think they either are Benzinga or they're a subsidiary of Benzinga. Dude, what is with this thing? Come on now. It's not perfection. There we go. Oh, that's so much better right there. Getting closer. A little bit better. And the reason why I want to show you this company, we're going to make this a little bit smaller here. There's a reason why I'm bringing this company up. You can start to plot. Yeah, give me the big burr, baby. Give me that fucking burr. So the reason why I'm showing you this is because you can click this week. You can click next week. You can click just the 11th, the 12th, 13th of May, 18th of May, 25th, 21st. In June too, like June 8th. And the reason I want you to look at this stuff is because you can look from week to week or even day to day coming up for earnings and say, hey, what big earnings do we have? I think we have a Costco earning which is much later than usual. It's like not usual. I think they already reported some, but they got they have another big earnings coming up. Let's look at Costco here. I'm not going to look for it with you here. You can do it on your own, but as I already know this because I already looked to plot out my month for it to pass along to you, of course. Their earnings are scheduled for when? May 28th. So this is a potential positive, right? So if you were to go up to this top one right here and say, hey, I've got a positive event catalyst up here. So May 28th, that would make that green. And just you could even at home just make a chart, a layout for yourself and just write Costco earnings, ER. You can even put the date, May 28th, I think. And you don't care where the market is. You don't care if it's down here. You don't care if it's up here. You just want to note that, like a list of things. Like you got Costco earnings on this date right here. I got this on. I got expiration on this date right here. You could even make the expiration yellow. This volatility. It's not necessarily negative, or this is potentially positive. There's a green one. So you can like put little flags on your calendar for the next month. Make any sense? So you're getting all the bear stuff. You're getting all the volatility stuff. And you can compare all of this to price action. Are we trading up into a volatile event? Are we trading down into a volatile event? And not only that, but you can actually be the trader that says, oh, good news is good news and bad news is good news. We traded down into an event. It's likely going to be a bottom. And, oh, my God, we got some bad news. Why is the market going up? Well, because we traded down into that event. Does that make sense? We hit our targets. We didn't give up the bottom of it. The event didn't send us below the low that we need to stay above. And now all of a sudden it's bad news is good news. You can be like a purveyor of crystal balling, for lack of a better word. And then all of a sudden you can start your own service. And then all of a sudden you're the newest furor out there. I don't think me, Kevin, tells people these things. But anyways, they don't want to give up their secret sauce or whatever. There's no secret sauce. It's like time and market. That's it. Remember, we want to close, or thematically, or like thesis wise, we want to see the market close in a high for carry on into the weekend and a Monday for a high. If we don't get it, we'll be more bearish into the close today. And for right now, we have this up. We're still looking higher until we're proved otherwise today. And for top line for the month of May, you're just looking to find that bottom. If you can find that fucking bottom, you're like, this is it. I found the bottom. You can get long and ride out May and look like a fucking rock star. And that could take 1 week. It could take 3 weeks, 4 weeks. You don't know. And remember back in October when we finished October and I went on vacation. And when I went on vacation, I said, we're going to come back on the first week of November. We're going to check. That's what I was doing. I was checking to see if that was the bottom. And then everyone's like, is that the bottom? I'm like, nope, we got to do another week. So we did another week. And I'm like, they're like, was this the bottom? I'm like, nope. Then we got to do another week. And I'm like, was this the bottom? I'm like, nope. And then you get the trolls and they go, well, you said it'll be the first week. And I said, no. I said, we're going to check on the first week. You heard what you wanted to hear. And the same thing applies here for the merry month of May. It might be the first week. It might be the second week. It might be the third week. It might even be the last bitter fucking end day of May. It does not matter. Your only job is to look to see, have we passed through most of the volatility? Have we backtested and supported our low? And are we making new highs? And if so, get long. And we'll trade it up into the end of the month. And we move on, and we do this again and again and again. And then we come into some bearish months, and we start looking for it with the bias looking lower. Did we get it or not? You know, when we were in that month of October, not November, but in the month of October, if you recall when we chased that whole fucking thing up in the face of Twitter, the street, white papers, you name it. Why did we trade it all the way up and nobody else did? Because we traded like this. And the way that I teach you how to fucking trade, I'm going to tell you right now, it is the only way you beat the market. And this is how the street trades. Even if they don't tell you publicly, even if they're doing all their research and they're like sending their analysts out and all this and that and whatever, when their traders are definitely following the way that I trade. The way that I trade is like the way the street trades. So you want to trade like them and with them, and no matter what they're saying to you on public, anywhere, CNBC, fucking Bloomberg, Twitter, I don't give a fuck if they're the biggest fucking gamma god in the world. I don't give a fuck who they are. If you learn how to trade the way that we trade, you will beat all of them. You'll entertain the soap opera. You'll listen to the data. You'll see what the real economic conditions are. I tell you to follow Wolf Richter because he gives you the material stuff. It's not that hard. And you do pay attention to like the Gamma Bros. Like Vol Wiz. I fucking respect that man. That guy knows I'm friendly with him, and that guy cares about me, I think. And he entertains my dumb fuck questions. But you trust these people that are knowledgeable in what they're knowledgeable in, but then when you're trading your fucking trades, you learn how to trade. You have to. So, you can trust, like, if your Gamma God is Spot Gamma, right? Brent or something. I love Brent, right? You like Brent. I trust Brent. But still, you still have to execute those fucking trades. You know what I mean? Like, Brent's giving you the layout of Gamma from Spot Gamma, but it's still up to you. And those guys are going to give you all the different outcomes. They're going to tell you this. This is what it all says. But then you still have to be a trader. You still, if you're trading the market, no matter how you're trading it, you have to develop your own system with your own rules and your own tools, and you have to abide by them. You have to, okay? Because those guys they're smart in what they do, but they're not trading for you. Brent doesn't have your brokerage, and he's fucking in and out for you, in and out, and that kind of stuff. So you ultimately have to assume the responsibility for all that information that these very smart people are giving you. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? So rely upon those people. I go to those guys. I go to Vol Wiz and say, hey man, I need to know something about volatility right now. I have questions about vol. Why is it looking like it wants to go to $9 or $12? Like I ask those guys. Those guys know more than me. They spend more time on that stuff. I'm a trader, so this is what I do. You as a trader need that. You need to be a trader. You have to complete the package. It's not good enough to know all this stuff and be a successful trader. Plain and simple. There's the proof today in this price action and how I explained it to you this afternoon and this morning. You get me? Okay. Now let's look at a few other things here. I want to watch this back here, all this stuff back here. Brokers, I use different brokers for different things. My favorite broker still today, I like TradeStation too. I can't say I don't like TradeStation. I like TradeStation for futures if you've been in the market for a long time. Broker like them. I still to this day use I use Thinkorswim. I use Tasty, and currently I use Robinhood as well. I have two Robinhood accounts. I use one of my wife's name and one of my name. And then I've got a Thinkorswim, which is Schwab, of course, now. And then I've got Tasty. And what I think is, like, you need a prime bank for buying stonk. In my view, you need a prime bank to buy stonk, and then you need a broker that'll talk to you, that can give you assistance. And you need to be able to if you need to pick up the phone to either negotiate a price or something's fucked up, you need to be able to speak to somebody, and you should get to know them over time. And don't abuse your fucking broker. If you fucked up, you own that shit. You don't go to your broker and try to scam your broker to get money back. Don't do that shit. Like this is what you do for a living, right? You trade the stock market. Even if the street hates you, even if brokers hate you, or whatever, your fucking broker that you call, like, Robinhood, those are fucking risk officers. Those aren't goddamn. Those guys, like, they're a whole different thing. Like, Robinhood's support is garbage. They are there to take your money. That's their job. Company like Tasty or Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim's been a little bit rough, but Tasty is right now probably my favorite. But you can choose whatever you want. I have multiple accounts with money in it that I don't touch. I forget about them, or I don't trade on them, or I'm trading one, then I jump to the other. And I don't know about Tasty anymore. I know back in the day you could create multiple accounts on Tasty. I still have my multiple accounts, but I've heard that you can't do that anymore. You can't trade on different accounts with Tasty anymore, but I still have multiple accounts on Tasty, so I don't know if it's new people or whatever. I was able to beat the PDT thing back in the day. But PDT is going away right now anyways, so they're going to try to take all your money at some point. But I don't mind Webull. I think all of these brokerages have their own qualities. Like Thinkorswim's got some really kick-ass shit on it. I don't like Thinkorswim. Like, you want to hear some negatives? Like, Thinkorswim is its own garden. I've been sucked into the Thinkorswim tank, and I can't claw my way out. I've had 2 moments where I couldn't claw my way out, so I only know how to trade with Thinkorswim. It's a feature of Thinkorswim, and so I've fallen in those holes, and then or if you feel most comfortable in how you execute trades, opening and closing on one broker versus another, or your fills, or they all have their benefits. And here's a prime example. Webull has a kick-ass feature where you can track SPY 24 hours a day, like literal SPY 24 hours a day. I can't do that on TradingView. There's no option on TradingView to see a SPY round-the-clock market. There's none. So I use for my candlesticks, and the layout of Webull candlesticks are amazing. I love their chart layout for traditional charting, and I love it for the 24-hour stuff. So I still look at Webull today. To this day, it's a relic of a service that I tried. I've tried it twice. I tried it when they first came out, and then I tried it when they expanded to, I think, level 2 or 3. And then I quit using them, but I still use them. But to this day, I still use them for the 2 or 3 features that I think are kick-ass. Option.ai. I still have an account with them. I might even have money in it. I haven't even looked. I haven't even logged into it in a while. But I still use Option AI for this quick and dirty thing. I use Option Strat for paper trading. My favorite paper trading is optionstrat.com. Futures, I've tried out futures on Robinhood. It's fun. I think for like someone with no time in market, it's an easy account to open. It's not too overly complicated. Let's watch this right here. I want you to look at this here. So I want you to keep an eye on this high right here. See how we've missed the high? Well, not quite missed it, but let's just see how high we got. See that right there? We missed it. So this is your cup. Here's your cup. And you want to see this break higher, even if we come back down, but you want to see this break higher to stay long. And you want to beat this high right here. We could get sucked into a sideways or down if we don't. But we want to watch this closely. And we also want to watch this thing right here. See this? Let's get rid of this now. I want you to also watch these prior sellers up here. These sellers right here you want to watch. They're hiding still. So you don't want to see the pop here and then down. Down here, you don't want to see any of that kind of shit down there. So you are looking for a break higher here. I don't know if we're going to go up there, but I want to see that if I'm going to stay long, right? I don't want to be getting long down here I've got Wednesday calls, right? I don't want to be long here and get fucked up, right? So if I go up here and we're unable to make this new high, I don't want to get sucked back down here and start over again, get caught in theta, or worse, lose everything, right? Just watch this closely here. I need to see this for continuation. Watch that over there. You see it up there? See him up here and up here? And this isn't good enough for me. I don't want to see this bounce up here only to be sent packing down here. These are also inflection points for you to maybe you take your risk off. Hey, I took some calls for just today, cap and zero dates. So you're out, right? If we break above this, you're then buying this to get back in on zero dates again. But me, I've got Wednesday, so I'm not as concerned at the moment. So depending upon the time frame you're trading on. Yeah, Sierra chart's good. I think it's all like the time that you put into these charting services. I think matters. I don't think anything's. I don't think any brokerage or charting service is theoretically bad. I think they all have some kind of quality. It's why they're functional in here, right? They're still in business. And I think there a lot counts for how much familiarity you have with what you're trading. If you're younger into the market, maybe not age-wise, but young to the market, I would recommend that you. I would say number one, Robinhood is today's day and age. Robinhood is the entry or gateway drug. I am shocked that how long it's taken Robinhood to expand their services. I think it's a bad thing that Robinhood has not rolled out graduated charting services. Like, I think Robinhood should have like their base, then like a Webull type thing, and then like a tasty trade or higher tier that you graduate to. And they should do that because if they're capturing like an 18 to 24-year-old, then they can graduate them as they get older and older and older and older. So they lose a lot of business. And I think that also might be because their most profitable business is a new trader. They are slowly rolling that stuff out. So I think the natural progression right now is basically Robinhood, then Webull, and then you start expanding out into like the Tasties and all the other stuff. And then there's a whole other class of people that are more than likely like established as adults. They probably are starting out with a 401k at a prime bank. And I think that's good because hopefully you're trading just stocks, or hopefully you're paper trading. But if you are trading from your retirement fund, it's a great opportunity for you to like trade just stocks. And your bank will back those stocks if they ever shut down trading on you. So I think that's the natural. I'm fine with like a new trader just using Robinhood. It's easy. It's simple. The fills suck. It's a horrible platform, but I can fully understand why a new trader chooses Robinhood, then graduates to Webull, and then expands their horizons from there. Let's watch this closely. And this probably isn't. I've been a little dramatic here. This likely needs to go right here. And then this, we need to find a low in here and do a breakout of some kind. Something like this. No, I don't like doing double bottoms. I'm not a fan of double bottoms. I don't like them. Double bottoms like this are meant to take your stops, and they also they take your stops, and it's theta kill. Dealers know they can flush you too. Hedge funds know they can flush you out. Then the real move comes afterwards. I'll stay in on this, but I've got more time in my shit. But I hate them. Like, I can't stand them. Like, if you're an early, like, I called the bottom, You can call bottoms all day long. The number of times where we come back and flush you out and then go is frequent. So be prepared to DCA if you need to. They could even flush you out like this. So they'll take the stops, then the flush comes, and then they go. It's still bullish. If you do this, it's still bullish, but if you don't do this, it's not bullish. We'll monitor together. I'm here with you all day long today. I'm here with you to the bitter end. On a Friday. If you see people getting out here, that's fine. I think you don't know what they're trading, what vehicles they're using, you don't know what they're on. Maybe they're in and out. Maybe they want to get out of here. Have a short day. You just don't know what they're doing. So don't compare yourself to other people. Compare yourself to yourself and what you're trading. I do have the news squawker up right here. I'm going to take a quick break. What time is it right now? It's 1:45. I'll leave this right here. I won't be gone that long. But I'm going to take a quick break here. I got some weights here. I got to lift some weights and then I got to go potty. Bring that up for you there. What else? I think that's enough for right now at the moment. This is enough information for right now. I'll be right back. Give me like 15 minutes. I'm gonna lift some weights in the background. I have the news squawker on for you. If I see anything, I'm gonna be watching the chart from standing right back here. And I'll be right back, okay? Yeah, well, everything about Robinhood sucks. They force you to chase on zero dates. They won't let you in because of the order flow. Everything about Robinhood sucks. I could tear Robinhood. I think there was a time so last year I had gotten so unfamiliar with it that last year, the year before, I remember. I started going back to Robinhood to see what kids are dealing with, and I actually wrote a takedown piece on Robinhood. It was like fucking 6 pages. I was afraid they might try to sue me. Because they would say it's just your experience. I got called out once by Tasty. I got pissed off at Tasty once, and they came after me on Twitter. And I decided not to defend my position on Twitter because I was afraid I could be sued. That's the reason I didn't defend my position. I just said, yeah, you're right, man, I'm wrong. And I'm afraid of being sued by people for disparaging their services. I was getting what was it that I was pissed off at? At the time, I thought they were putting me into. I felt so. I have to say this is allegedly, okay, and I can prove it, but this is allegedly. I felt as though I was being sent into blocks. I was trading really large size, and I felt like at one point they were putting my trades in with other trades, and I was getting delta hedged pretty badly. So I was pretty angry about it. It doesn't matter. I shouldn't talk about this on the stream. If I was just like a regular trader, nobody would pay attention. So I rescinded my argument. CFDS or spread betting, CFDs you're talking about. What do I think about them? I think that they're good until the market opens on Sunday. That's about it. It's about what it's good for. They're great for the weekend, and then the moment you get into 6 p.m., they mean nothing. There are some things you can look at, like if you ever want to check, like there's like you can check German pre-market futures if you want. They're the earliest that really count. I usually just use like this weekend shit for like weekend Dow. I use it for like shit posting mostly. I put no real faith into it. It's like a weekend hedge. That's about it. You could also theoretically watch a couple currency markets that are open all weekend. I think I haven't done that in a long time, but I used to watch. I think it was the Middle East maybe has weekend currencies, and currencies can give you some insight into where we're going. I pay more attention to like these days. I pay more attention to like the Asian markets, the London markets, and then I pay very close attention to Japan and how cat shit wrapped in ketchup trades are made, where you're trading currencies to get to buy stocks in other countries back and forth, and the unwinding of those things and the intervention by central banks. But you don't need to follow that shit. There's enough people that follow that shit that you'll hear about it publicly. If there's going to be an unwind of a trade or anything like that, or the dangers of it, or how bad it is. It's not an edge. I don't see it as an edge. Unless you're going to be a journalist or something. You just trade what's in front of you. Personally, even today, in the, like this top line into the close, I think most of you would be better served, like 70% of you, be better served just finding the monthly low. Like no stress over the weekend, not stressing over what the U.S. is going to do, if we're going to like rain hell on Monday. We just traded this all the way the fuck up in the end of the month. You take your money and you run. And if you missed it, that means you have a problem, not them. Not the traders that traded this all the way up. You're chasing. You're asking for something to happen that likely won't. Not with any kind of edge. So always try to think objectively. Like I know everybody tends to come back into subjectiveness, but if you can get moments of clarity in your trading or your thought process or your emotions, try to have like moments of clarity. And if you can't be objective, like let's say you're like, I'm in the rabbit hole of doom or the rabbit hole of FOMO, try your best to find a way either through another human or touching grass or whatever it takes for you to wrangle yourself out. Maybe you just go in public and say, I'm so bared up right now, and you just like let it out publicly. That might help you too. And that could be in bullishness too, because a lot of the people that are cheering you on that might be in a bad position, or they might be selling you calls or puts or whatever. You don't know who those people are. For your own sanity as a trader, whether you're a bull or a bear, try to find objectiveness when you can. Even if we have a tendency to be subjective over time. Like if this is objective and then all of a sudden I'm getting like away from it, I'm getting very subjective. I just need a reality check to come back down here before I start opening and closing trades and stuff. Find a way to not get consumed by either side, like bull, bear, doomer, or FOMOer, or perma bull, perma bear stuff, any of that kind of stuff. Those are all heels. Like it's just used as a part of the story, part of the soap opera that's the stock market. Be very, very careful of that. It can be all consuming, and don't trust Reddit, don't trust Twitter, don't trust StockTwits, don't trust any of these fucks. Trade your own path, trade your own plan, have your own tools, have what works for you. Oh yeah, get on up there, squeeze it on up there. I think it's a good talk today. I'm going to take a quick break here, okay? I'll be right back. If anybody wants off the fucking bus, it's up here. Next spot for the bus, or up here is your first spot off the bus. Next up, spot's up there, okay? I'll be right back with you guys. I'm still on the bus, by the way. Do you guys mind liking these videos wherever you're watching me on? If you're watching whatever platform you're watching me on, do you mind liking me? Like, subscribe, whatever you can do. I'd appreciate it, especially if you're a free member. It's not asking much.
Washington, a news proposal for ending the war, are offering hints of compromise in a bid to revive talks and end a standoff that's proving costly for its economy.
If you want to comment for free, you can go to Twitch. If I follow you, you can. If you want to watch me on Twitter and comments, just send me a DM. Say I want you to follow me, and you'll be able to comment on Twitter. So I got a few things for you here. I open up the comments on YouTube when I can. I use Google AdSense to pay for this service. I'm not a rich guy. I don't make money from this thing or the trade the trigger thing. I don't make any fucking money. That shit pays the bills. That's it. It was a losing thing for me for like 5 years, like in the red. Cost me money, month in, month out, year in. I used trading to pay for it, and in Google AdSense. So on YouTube in particular, I do have to do the subscriber thing. If you want on Twitter though, or Twitch, you can go to Amazon, and Bezos will pay for you to comment on Twitch. Or if you send me a DM on Twitter, if you want to watch me there, you go to Twitter to Trade the Trigger, the handle at Trade the Trigger, and you just DM there and say, can you follow me? And then you can comment on that live stream. What else? I think that's it for right now. And please like and subscribe wherever you're watching me if you could. I'd appreciate it. I don't do a lot of self-promotion. I do a lot of self-de-promotion. I don't like a lot of followers. I don't want to be a fucking furu. I don't want to fucking have 1 million followers, any of that sort of nonsense. So if you ever see me on public, like, you're like, why no one likes this guy? It's intentional. I do it intentionally to keep the noise down. I don't want a fucking coliseum. I don't want a bazillion followers. I don't want fucking selling classes and shit. Any of that stupid nonsense. So if you can just like and subscribe, I appreciate it. Wherever you are. I'll be right back. Just a note, warning to sellers here. Iran softens conditions for resuming peace talks with the U.S. That's per the Wall Street Journal. On Twitch, I don't know how you like on Twitch. It's a good question. Hold on. You can subscribe, and it's free to subscribe, I think. Hold on. I don't have to Google search it. It's a good question, by the way. You hit the higher high, but you got to beat this thing right here. You got to beat this downtrend right here. And even when you're beating this downtrend, if we squeeze up here, we pop up here, they're likely going to try to backtest all this stuff. Fair chance of it. Not guaranteed, but it's a fair chance of it. They're going to try. They're going to at least make the attempt.
According to New York Times, Israel helped defend UAE with Iron Dome.
All right, here we go. You ready? I have to come back on stream because of this white line right here. I was just working out, but after that, I just stopped myself from working out. Hold on a second here. I got to give you an outlook here. Hold on a second here. We want to watch this very closely here. There's a doorway lower, and I want to show it to you. So you see this failure up here? You see this failure right here? And that wick right there? We cannot go below. And we haven't yet. See it? Look at how close we are. See that right there? See that white line? Look at that penny tick right there. Do you see that? It's to a tick. There's a reason why we're not below it. Well, not why we're not below it, but what happens if we go below this white line? 722.14. It opens a big door to the downside. Big. So we're at a pretty pivotal moment in the market right now. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to look at this. Let's watch this extremely closely here. Let's go over here and check on this together. Hold on. Bottom right-hand side. Whoever just made that comment to hide the chat box, I like that idea. Like hide it underneath, hide it behind the screen so that it doesn't ever turn off on other layouts. Thanks for saying something. Keep an eye on this right here. This is very important. And we're going to talk about this right now. So let's go back to an hour here. And I'm going to explain why. This is a higher time frame, right? Do you see this little 1 hour right here? This is 1 hour right here. This is the halfback trade right here, and we've already gone down here and hit this one, and we didn't make the new lows, so we're going up, and we're making a decision right now. I don't know if you can see this, but we're making a decision right now if we're going to break this low and then go down here into the bell. Or if we hold this and go up here and make the new high. That would be the higher low in the day and the higher high into the close here today. Very pivotal moment we're coming into right now. So we may have to cut this trade loose if you're long, but we don't know yet. So just bear with me here for a minute. I'm going to show it to you in a higher frame here in just a second. We haven't broken it yet. They're trying. They got their first low right in here on a higher frame, and they're trying to get this one right here to come down into here and get their second low to this downside right here, okay? We got to talk about this because there's a bigger trend to go up as well, so it's not all hope and loss at this moment, but it does impact the weekend and Monday and weekend effect and all that other shit, so we got to look at this together. So hold on here. I'm still long. I haven't cut nothing. They took it right to the penny, so see them pounding it right now? See them pounding right here, this candle? They're pounding. See it right here? They're trying their best right now. Sellers are. They're trying to call that the top back here. Hold on, sir. Give me one quick second. We're going to do an end of the day or a midday expectation for the weekend here, okay? Hold on here. Get rid of all this. And what are we going to do here? This is what we're going to see it right here. You can see it right here. Actually, you can see it right now. See it right here. You see it right there? This is opening the door to losing. And the next drop is way down here, 720. Very low, right? We're trading 722 right now, so it's a pretty big drop. So you want to watch this here to see if they open this door up. Now this doesn't matter at the moment. We can put this in here. This right here. See them pound it right now? They're doing this to open this door right now. That'd be pretty vicious, right? 722, and we're trying to look at it this way. Right now, we're positioned for the bounce in here. We want to see this end on a high, right? What we don't want to do is come down here, open that door, and then reject and sell down into the close over here, okay? Even if the trend is up, we don't want to see that close right there. It's not a good close. So hang tight here. Let's go back to the week. I'm going to give you an expectation into Monday. And this is all still good. You know, oh yeah, bro, you can still go up or whatever. I don't like that because it's up here and then down. Too much risk of going down here, cleaning all this up into next week, of course. We know this is top, right? We just don't know if we're going to get the pull up to sell on Monday, the pain trade or whatever. Let's look at the week here. So here's the week. This is based on this prior week. We're going to get a new week. This will be next week. You'll have a new W. We're going to look at is this right here on the daily. If you want to snip just this, you can. We'd be looking for some kind of a low down here. This is a day, but it'll become a week next week. This will be a W. If you're a member, you get farther out expectations. I give you 1 hour, 4 hour. I think I give you daily, weekly. So you can overlay them all over each other. Hold on here. Get rid of this pivot.
The S&P 500 seeing a decline here. No headlines have come through so far. Of course, if there is anything, we'll relay that to you. WTI not doing that much, and Dixie just continuing to move higher.
Oh, they must have already taken it out already. We could put these in if you want to. Oh, shit, that's wrong. Nope, stop. Click the button. Go to the 1 hour here. And let's look at this together. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, that's 5, that's done, right? If we go any higher, it's an extension, that's it. So we need a corrective move, 1, 2, and 3, right? Does that make sense? Right in there. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This could either be a sharp correction or a flat correction. Could be down and just grind. And then the daily comes up. Either or, it doesn't matter. Probably going to be sharp, but come back down here. We're in extension land right here, right? Trying to find a top here. They're breaking these lows right here. There is potential to trade down here. I also want you to pay attention to this right here. This is the basis to continue to go higher for extensions. Kind of see it right there. Where you do like 1, right? 2, 3, 28. Breakdown over here. If we lose any of these distribution, if you guys know what distribution looks like, let me show you a couple things. Remember this right here? When you do a distribution, it's you have the FOMO move up. You come back down and you mark it, and you have to have a continuation with new highs and higher lows, or at least flat lows. So these all have to hold. These have to put in new highs. If you lose it at any point with a second low, we're out of here. Okay. Sometimes they take 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, right? And then sometimes if they fail, let's say this one fails in here. If you fail to get that new high, they'll dump it underneath and they'll send it early. This happens a lot on distributions. We're so long in the tooth right now that I'm more bearish than I am bullish, of course. We've completed our 5th wave. We have to look at a couple other things here on a day. We're going to look at Velo. Just going to look at this together. We'll get rid of this for a minute here. We're kind of long in the tooth here. You see this? We have a little more room to run higher. We are in bull season to an extent. There is more room for new highs here, but it is a little long in the tooth. The good news over here is your weekly is accumulating. There's some bad news here, which is not necessarily bad news, but we have come into a new high on monthly. We're either going to experience a big drawdown in the fall, another big drawdown to relieve some monthly velocity, or if we begin to see a divergence in this stuff over here, it could be a mad race to the top at the end of the year. You'd see a big divergence, but price not following. That would signal the end of the bubble, but we're not there yet, so this is way far down the road. But so far right now, it's pretty good on a daily basis at least. Let's look at a 30-minute really quick. See where we are. A little long in the tooth here on the 30-minute basis. This is more for your intraday trading. There's still a little bit of room in the hourly, but let's take a look at past history. Let's look at June and May and April. This is of 2025 April. We're already cranking right now. But notice this right here. See that one right there? Let's take a peek at that one. It's kind of a pretty similar here, even with the hourly. Let's have a look and see what the price action was like. And this makes sense. This actually looks like the exact trade. See how you have this right here? It's kind of neat to see this. There it is right there. 1, 2, 3, or 3 right here. There's your 3, 1, 2, and 3. And then wha-bam to the downside. See it? I expect this to play out very similar to this. Very similar to this price action right here. I just drew it for you before even looking at it. It's very similar. This is exactly what price action should look like. What's fascinating about this is if you look at this here, we continued up into May, and we did not dump.
Maybe they say that with control of over nearly
OPEX. So we had more bullshit in the beginning of May. What else is fascinating about this? Let me check this out here. This is
also saying that the new management of the Persian Gulf is set and will be
May 1st. Down, 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 down. Rip. Another rip, another rip, another rip, and then you don't even come down until the 31st. This is actually, if we were to hold the candle from last month, this is what would happen. This is holding the first layer that I showed you, the first candle, the monthly candle, and I was like, we can hold this layer right here. I'll show it to you up here. Is it still? I still have it up. See right here. That's this candle. We hold, go up, 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 and then it's down to the end of May. That's your actual May low right there. Get rid of all this stuff. We don't need this. But that doesn't matter. It's been so long. Let's go back over here. Everyone's looking for the doom on Monday. Showed an example of us not getting doom on Monday. That number that I showed you is 718.84. So this, right where we are right here, you see this? If you were to see that continuation in May, this could be your May low. This could actually be your May low, believe it or not, on like the 8th. I kid you not. And then bomb up here for month of May and then come back and back test it on the end of May month and then go up into go up into June. You could get just pinned right in here, put in a bunch of highs, have them selling you calls at 725, 730, and you don't escape. They don't print. Come into the end of the month, and they're still dead. Bears didn't get down any of that shit, and we're off and running up here. And we've maintained this, the whole thing right here. This Poop Mountain just gets maintained right here. Just a little tidbit here on the side. I gotta put just put this. Let me just put this thing out for the weekend here. Give an expectation. We're still holding this right now. Velo is accommodating to still go up. Believe it or not, top is likely not in. I know it's crazy to say. Top is not in more than likely. And the technicals say that it is not in either yet. So we're not quite ready to call the roll yet. I'm not quite ready to call the roll yet. I know it's going to piss a bunch of you off, but technically we cannot call the top just yet. That's right. The door's not open yet. The key is not open. It's not. As of right now, this is your trading zone. As of right now for the month of May, this is your bottom right now for the month of May. Even if we like go up here and hit new highs and come back down for the end of the month, call sellers will rejoice. Bears will be pissed. Bulls will be pissed. Bears will be pissed. And call sellers will rejoice. Put sellers down here will rejoice, theoretically. And we don't go anywhere. And not only that, we're still on trend right here. We have not given it up. I just showed you an example of this, so you got to be wary of it. So you trade what's in front of you. You have to be technically, you can be a bear, like you can be a technical bear, but make sure you're being very technical as a bear. You're not saying we're going down to zero or anything like that. You can say that to get your point, to get the trade you want to trade, but right now bears have to be very, very technical here, or tactical, I should say, as they say in the biz. You gotta be tactical as a bear right now. The door is, this has unlocked the key for this right here, but that's it. Just give me a second here. Did I delete that downstroke thing? Hold on here. So here's Friday 1600. This is the close. The worst that this should be is here into the bell. The worst it could be is here. Okay, that's the worst it could be. Now into Monday. This is gonna piss everybody off, right? Hold on here. We already hit 724.89, so we gotta hit 25 next. And then we've got 27.5. We got 30. Now, I don't think we're going up here, but I'm going to put it up here just because of where we are. This is a technical analysis. Mm-mm-mm. 33.5. 27.50. So let's need it over there. Just the new high on this one. Just give me a second here, guys. This is 1600 on Monday. Shocker. This is your Monday expectation right here. 727.50.
NBC says Trump says authorization for Iran operations are not needed. So this is in regards to the 60-day rule that they need to notify Congress and get permission from them.
That's near perfect. Jesus Christ. And NBC cites Trump again, saying that Trump tells Congress Iran hostilities have terminated. Up, 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 up. Right. There's your thing. There's your distribution. There's your daily trigger right there. Mave expiration is on the 19th. This here, what I want to show you here is this could be like sideways. Like you break underneath, and you're doing this kind of nonsense, and then wham, straight down. This daily trigger will be meeting. You see this daily trigger is curling right now? Right in here. There's your larger poop mountain. This is worst case scenario. Worst case scenario. There is potential here for a non-sharp correction, which would be a flat correction. There is a chance that this comes up and we're like fucking around over here, and this comes all the way up here, and then it's literally ping pong, and then we're out of here. There's your June. There's your 23rd. And even if we're popping up here, they're not printing that. It's just down here. So this accommodates both a flat and sharp correction. $32. Actually, I'm going to go that high. You're going to go right here. Something like that. And this could be after an unwind after the first. So you're like coming into like May doom or May sideways, doesn't matter. You get the unclench to the upside in early June. And then you're coming for a big July print up here, a nice little back test over here, and then we'll look for a bigger move up here into like 740. And this is all pretty much in line right here. You can kind of see like all this stuff up here. You kind of see all this stuff down here. And you really are looking to go up and up and up into this like 740, 760. We'll hit that 760 before we get to the fall. I think 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5 into 60 into summer in July. Or 50, I should say. They'll sell 48 probably. And then we move into at least back testing this to go higher into the end of the year, or roll down and we're done. Just be aware of this over here. Just trying to figure this out farther out in time. Have a game plan for May. None of this matters right now. Expectations into the close. I just told you this morning. I told you that the low could be in those three places. I showed you a chart, didn't I? I literally spent. Hey, Dan Brislin, what's up, brother? If you fucking go back and earlier in the show, I go through the entire like this. I go through the entire. I went through the show earlier and showed you candlesticks for monthly and said that the low could be for the month can potentially be 718.84 for May. 1784. This is not the low. The low for May is we are definitely seeing 17 or 718.84. Go back in the earlier in the show and you can see where I mark it all off with no triggers, no nothing. I just did candlesticks. We will definitely backtest 718. There's like a 90% chance we'll be here at least once this month. We will hit this month. I guarantee it. Or I would bet on it. I'd bet hard cash on it. We'll hit this number at least once. This will be the minimum back test. Is it today? Probably not. Is it Monday? Probably not. It's probably going to take some time to get there. You know how shit goes. It's never as fast as you want it to happen. It's like it's price or time, and like time can kill you. Time is like the great fuckery, right? Like time is what kills bears, kills bulls. We could dick around on 718 for the entire fucking month with putting in new highs and be back on 718 on the last day of May. Like just like that, you know what I mean? We could just go sideways. There's no requirement we go down. And I'm not saying that you're saying we're going more down. I'm just saying 718 should be the place. If we're going to do a flat correction, 718 would hold. So let's look at this really quick. So for an expectation into Monday, I want to see a follow on effect to the upside. Now, should you trade this? Is the bigger question into this weekend. I think it's, for me personally, I like the idea of being flat over this weekend. If you just look at where we are with the first 5 waves, we're in an extension right now. So this can fail at any moment. So you need to be able to manage if you have like new instigated longs today, you need to manage these longs. You cannot be like this thing right here. If this breaks at any point, if this breaks here at any point, right? If we fail to get if we like break under here, reject this and go down. If we fail to get a new high, all these are like, this is all bears teeing off on you, or seller, not bears, but call sellers are all up here trying to tee off on you. And one of these times they're going to be right. So you just got to be like, for me personally, if I'm looking for a monthly low to buy in May, I am trying to buy all of my lows on the hourly trigger and on the daily trigger, which happens to be way down here. You come in over the weekend and we do have, let's say, a war thing that goes on. We break over into here. Before you know it, we're just doing this shit into the end of the month. You're going to have a bad day. So you always want to be like trying to take a trade off the hourly or even the daily. And for a new month, the daily is like key. Whether that takes all month to get there to institute that long, where we're just like fucking around to get there on a flat correction, or it becomes violent and sharp and we're dragging ass down here to go higher. Like I think this is all, like I think even this is all gambling, without a doubt. So just be aware of it. I just want to check a couple more things here. Just want to see a couple more things right here. It's that one right there. And there's like this, it's this right here. This is like, this is it. If we break this right here, I've got no faith in this at all that it's not going to drop. Because this poop mountain right here is, this is a whole, like to be honest, like see all this down here? This is where you want to be buying. If you have to, if I had to guess, like the highest probability is these guys right here. These are the smart traders in here. You see these guys? Smart trader, smart trader, smart trader paying for bulls. They're right here right now. But these guys up here would love to buy this. They don't care. These min-maxers, they'll wait for all this over here. That's where I am. I'm down here waiting. Like I want a dip for May. So okay, let's go back over here and just check back on this. Expectations into Monday, new market high. There is one bad thing here, which is we're not closing on a high. I don't like this too. This is the other thing I don't like. I don't like us not closing up here. I would prefer to have done this extension here. I do not like coming down to have a lower low on the day, which we're getting. No new high on the end of the day. Those are both two negatives. But they still haven't given it up, so you'll give it to the bulls to try to hold this up into Monday. I'm still long some calls here. I never got a chance to close them out. When I was like, oh, that white line right there, I would, if we'd hit that white line, I would have closed them, but I was charting, so they stay on. I've got them till Wednesday of next week. I don't have 0 dates or anything like that to get in and out of, nor 1 dates. But this is the expectation into Monday still, even with this pressure into the close here. And you're going to get this pressure, and every high, if we hit every one of these highs, you're going to get the pressure to roll. And you're going to get call selling, and you're going to get people are going to stop buying calls. It's Friday. You'll have the same effect on Monday and a high. There'll be sellers in the close on Monday. If we go up into the Monday close, people will be teeing off on that high as well. So you're going to expect one of these to fail at some point. What else do we have here? I think that's it. This is the expectation of the close. What time is it right now? It's like 3 p.m. We'll watch this clip together here into the close. Let's watch this closer here. And there's also this gap that was never closed down here. See that right there? Now hitting the half an hour trigger down below here. This was the failure right here, if you want to see it. No, it was this one right here. This is where we marked the bottom. We took this trade up, right? And I said bulls need to what? They need to get here, back test this, and get above this, right? They did not do that, right? I said this is the first stop for you to get off the bus. There's the wick right there. And where do they take us now? All the way down. Here. You see it? That's where the initiation of the buyers are right here. Oh, shit. No, we don't need that one anymore. Get rid of that. Don't need that anymore. And look where they're coming in again. See it? Right in there, pain trade. All the way to pain, all the way down there. Still bullish here. R1's way down here. I'm looking at this one down here. I'm glad I came back on stream to tell you guys about this one right here, this failure right here on trend.
Brent crude futures settle at $108.17 a barrel, down $2.23 or 2.02%.
Remember, these are your 9:30 buyers here. I don't like this close. I mean, it hasn't lost any of this yet, but I don't like it. I like the close on a high with a higher low. This is probably the biggest negative of the day right here. It does make me want to buy even more now going in the close. I'll say that. Like, I'm getting more bullish as we get into the close now. Not more bearish. I would have been more bearish. Like, how to explain this? Like, if we closed with a higher low and a higher high, I'd be more bearish on Monday to sell on the high of Monday. Now I'm bullish on the close of today for a huge move up on Monday. Mm-hmm. $720.49.
So a reminder, at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be having a meeting, an event with seniors. Still trying to find a video. If we do get it, we'll pop it on the feed for you shortly.
And I want to see if we can get it down just a little bit more here. A little bit more down. Right down in there. The moment we rejected this up here, this one right here, this should print all the way down here. A little bit more. The low was 78, but I want these few extra pennies. It's fairly close to the bottom, but
We have posted out the video on the feed for you to watch.
I'll get the video. Hold on, guys. I think I'm going to add to my Wednesday position here. I'm not going to add if we stay here. If we go down here, I am going to add. A little stinky that I didn't close it at the white line, but I'll be patient. I'm over here looking at, I'm watching the white line and I'm like, ah, fuck, I got to get on stream. And then I'm like, let me go chart this out and show him. And then I'm like, oh, fuck, no, it's already bleeding. I don't want to add any more unless we go lower. Hey, buddy. Trump tells Congress hostilities in Iran have terminated as war powers deadline hits. Oh, dude, what are you eating out there? Just a heads up. Trump authorization for Iran operations not needed. Tells Congress Iran hostilities have terminated. Authorization for Iran operations not needed. So he's double speaking right now. Doing a lot of double speak. I think I want to. I think I want to change my outlook. I'm going to change my outlook. Hold on here. Just that's not much of a change. It's just this back test down here. I want to see this back test. It's up, then back test, then squeeze into the close. It's not much of a change. It's still the same trade, but I think we're gonna do is go up here and then down and then up. So just note that there's an up and down in here. And there's a back test on Monday morning. Not only that, there's even the reason I'm saying that is because you could come up down here, up, and then down, up. Oh, sorry. Depending on how you look at it. We could revisit this on Monday morning. This is good price action right here. Keep an eye on RR, Roger. It's Rich Tech Robotics. Getting an alert right now to long it. Note that they have an ER coming up. Rich Tech Robotics will be now available in Microsoft Marketplace. And they have an ER on March 26th. RR Robotics. Take a look at it. Need to watch this right here. If we can pop up to 20 to 20, we can talk about going up here, but we're not there yet. So just be careful of this. The other trade would be here, and then up. You can't buy it until here. And you have to get above this first. Baby, come back. I've only got eyes for you. This one's gone now. I want to see this quick pop here. And then down. Definitely don't want to see this blast through here and down there. I want to see the pop up here. I have a weekly what to expect for next week here. I'm going to post for you here in just a minute.
Okay, so the video that we posted on the feed has just started.
He hasn't come out of the plane yet. That's a good mark right there. It's good. Fucking bear raid, huh? End of day. He's coming down right now. Huge 1 hour green wick on that move.
So nothing said from Trump when he exited the plane, and he's heading to the event now.
I don't see him speaking to the press either. I see like now they switched to the golden age for your golden years. Shit, I should be playing this, whatever that country song is. They're going to take all my cash away from fucking Google AdSense. Sorry, bro. We're gonna pay off the boomers at the Swingers Central Villages. It says golden age for your golden years. No tax on Social Security. Yeah, why are they going short right now? There's people in this chat that are going short. Going short right now? We're all just gambling. Watch your levels. There's people in this chat saying they're just going short right now. I'm like, why are you out of your fucking minds? They just had a huge move down from the high this morning. 5 legs all the way down. You're short? Yeah, this was pain right here. We're holding just fine. They're going to rip our faces off on a Monday now. I haven't measured it yet. It's a pretty big move into Monday close. Full 1%. My calls are fine too, so I'm good. I was a little disappointed that I was trying to get back on stream, so I didn't close them on that white line, but I'm fine right now. My calls are doing well. I wish I could have added here, but I don't want to add. I've already got like $10,000 in this trade, so I'm not adding to it unless it goes deeper. I'm more bullish now. Like, this was a great sweep down here. This is not good for bears. We're going to put in a 1% from that low. That low, we might sweep. We might have to come back for this on Monday morning at 9 a.m. just to kill options, but this should hold just fine. Another note here too is we've theoretically ended hostilities in Iran. I know Trump does double speak and shit, but as far as like hostilities, we're done today. Your short's on fire, bro. This guy was like, I just went short. I'm like, he like went short like right here. Maybe right here, I can't tell. They're about to rip his face off here. There's no fucking way you would be. Do not. Hey, let me tell you guys something. You ever hear people saying like they're gonna be short over the weekend? You're out of your fucking minds. You never ever want to be short over a weekend. Like actually short in a bull market right now in like a situation like this. If you've ever been short in a weekend like this, you'll be fucking homeless by like Wednesday or something. Don't ever do that. You got to be in like a COVID type thing to do that shit, or like really bad shit going on. Like it's got to be like a fucking meltdown. We're in a recession. Everybody knows we're in a recession. The fucking data matches the recession. It's gonna be bad. I just read this on this chat up here. I'm like, it's not our chat. It's a chat for the YouTube chat for that link for that video for where Trump is. don't ever. Like I would not, you could not, even if we go down on Monday, you don't want to be short on this shit on the weekend. They will rip your fucking face off on Monday. Like literally. You can do puts or put spreads or something, but don't go short. Like you're out of your fucking skull. This is a goddamn bull market. You guys know that, right? They can't do that shit in a bull market. You're fucking out of your minds. Literally. Or they're not to be believed or they're a bot. Like you do that one time, it can ruin your entire life. Like over a weekend short right here. No fucking way. If you've never been short over a weekend and lost it, it'll leave a mental scar on you for life, the rest of your life. We're not even underneath anything. We're not under half hour, hourly trigger, daily trigger. We're not under anything. Weekly trigger, fucking monthly trigger. This guy's out of his mind who's saying this. Where's that guy that said he was short? There's the next target hit right there. We just want to key up into this one right here if we can. It's right about here. This next target's slightly higher, 723 flat. So we've already hit this tick right here. We're just looking for this one right here and this price action right here up. I don't see Trump still. The squawker's on. Let me read this to you really quick here. President Trump told Congress that hostilities in Iran have terminated since he imposed a 2-week ceasefire on April 7th that had been extended. Trump's claim came on what would have been a deadline under the War Powers Resolution Act of 1973 for him to ask Congress to declare a war against Iran or authorize use of military force against the country. Trump told reporters at the White House earlier Friday that he is not satisfied with a new offer from Iran to end its war with the United States and Israel. Per Washington Post, they're saying that Iran is open to a deal with better terms after what Trump had said earlier this afternoon at the White House while he was departing for Florida. President Trump told Congress on Friday that hostilities in Iran have terminated since he imposed a 2-week ceasefire. Trump's claim came on what would have been a deadline under the War Powers Resolution Act. Friday marked 60 days since the war began on Friday. Under War Powers Resolution, a president must seek authorization from Congress military force. Congress has not authorized U.S. military action against Iran. Trump's letters to congressional leaders Friday are a volley aimed at discouraging lawmakers in Congress from restricting military action against Congress or against Iran. Sorry. Quote, there has been no exchange of fire between the United States forces and Iran since April 7th. Trump wrote in a separate letter addressed to Mike Johnson. That's false. That's not true. There are civilian intel showing we had U.S. Drones were over the sky in Tehran yesterday in the middle of the night. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth in testimony Thursday, blah, 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 pauses or stops and said he believes that the countdown clock pauses or stops a ceasefire. Tim Kaine said, I do not believe that statute would support that. Earlier Friday, Trump said he is not satisfied with a new offer from Iran to end a 2-month-old war with the United States. Hegseth was looking for some kind of mulligan to like reset the clock on this. I don't know why. shit on the wall, see if it sticks. Earlier Friday before Trump spoke, Pakistani officials in Islamabad who have been involved in mediating peace talks between the U.S. and Iran confirmed to MS Now that Iran sent them an updated proposal to end the war, which they had sent to American officials. Trump, speaking at the White House later on, said Iran has made strides in negotiations with the U.S., but I'm not sure if they ever get there. The president said there is tremendous discord among the leaders of Iran, which has complicated the peace process. Quote, they're having a tremendous problem getting along with each other. End quote, Trump said. Quote, in Iran, the leadership is very disjointed. It's got 2 or 3 groups, maybe 4, and it's very disjointed leadership. He goes on to say, and with that being said, they all want to make a deal, but they're all messed up. This is your first target right here. This is your second target. We hit this one just now. We're just coming right back down where we're supposed to be right here. Should continue higher here. Your next trade is this one right here. That's where we are right here. To go higher to 723. I still don't see Trump speaking. This is fucking pretty bullish. We didn't even put in a new low. We didn't go underneath the hourly trigger. We didn't trigger anything to go lower to 718.84. Still, actually, this is a better position than the close today to an extent, because the close could have been something where we're up there just pounding around, rooting around for the new high. We're still holding all this. We're getting taco time on Trump. Or hands bound time on Trump. I wonder if Trump announces the end of hostilities to Iran after the bell today. You know there's no fucking way that he's coming out to speak until 4 p.m. I would bet even 4:15. I don't think he hits that stage until 4:15. Maybe 4:15, something like that. Options market close going out. He's in the fucking shitter right now with his fucking golden fucking phone that nobody has. He's in there with his little Robinhood account. He's got like a special Robinhood account. He's like, they gave him his own special war. It says like Trump on top, Trump hood. He's taking a shit down there. They brought the golden shitter down to the fucking Florida, to the villages. He's in there right now. He's like, I don't want him to know until after the close. There is no bearish scenario. I think there is. When this bubble pops, dudes, it's gonna be fucking messy. You should go back and look at the the 2000s. I gotta find this fucking website. So what I did was I fucked up. I didn't fuck up, but I'm redoing all my bookmarks for this new show so I can like go back and forth and open a bunch of bookmarks at the same time. But I moved my favorite bookmark, which is it shows all the tech winners and losers for the 1990s. It's dope. You could see them like cycle in and out of all this shit, just like we're doing right now. And then they repress all these other ones. Like they repressed, and then like you had late IPOs. Like Amazon was a late IPO. Amazon would be the corollary to OpenAI. And like Elon Musk right now, is doing a SpaceX IPO. You should like, I'll have some shit for you guys. I should talk more about this stuff. Like, you want to pay a very close attention to the IPO launch schedule, because there are IPOs that want to kowtow on Amazon, like how Amazon IPO'd. Like Jeff Bezos never IPO'd during any of the internet boom. He did it at the end. So he caught the last wave up. And the reason he did that was because all of tech goes up all at the same time. So Amazon like cranks, like or cranked at the last tech bubble. And we kind of like left behind traditional tech, but all the new tech and IPOs all fucking ripped faces off together. And it like made Amazon moon. And they didn't have to deal with any of the bullshit. It was one of the most ingenious IPOs of that time period. So the reason I'm saying that is because you can probably expect a late batch of IPOs to include OpenAI, SpaceX. More than likely, the reason for the SpaceX IPO, in my view, and a bunch of other IPOs, is they all want to catch this last ride up in the last leg of the bubble. So like when you see OpenAI go public and shit, that should be your cue that they're trying to position for that run up. And what they do is VCs, they get to pay off. It's like an easy way to like launch an IPO, pay everybody off, and then you don't care what happens to them later on. You're like, wipe your hands of the entire thing and be like, get me out of here, even if that IPO is going to go to the depths of hell. So it's really fascinating too, because you get this like big run up where everybody gets up, everybody gets paid, and then when they sell everything, everything goes to zero, like all of it. Like OpenAI should go really low, Nvidia should go really low, everybody, like SanDisk, all these fucking companies should all go to like not zero, but pretty goddamn close. So you're ever a bear? Yeah. Or is like anything bearish? There is, which is the top of this bubble. Whenever this bubble is done, whatever that sell is, and then the bottom of that, it's a lifetime generational buying opportunity. We'll be able to see it when it happens, but you should sell at that point. If you've been like a lifelong buyer of SPY or something, you take the money on that roll, and you do that because you don't want to be pushing a retirement off for a decade. That's the reason. You can get stuck in that role where you can't retire. There are a lot of guys from that time period that were trying to retire then, and they were like, I can handle this. They can like at the top of the internet bubble in 2000, 2001, they said they felt the same way. They're like, I've been investing my entire life. There's nothing that can happen that would hurt me. And that's why those stocks all went to like $2, $5, $6. They had to flush out the generational traders or investors, people that have been saving all their lives. And they put the fucking screws to those people. They had to wait a decade to retire. It was brutal. We're not there right now. It's only if we roll underneath the monthly trigger. If we roll into the monthly trigger, with like roll not just price but triggers, like daily, weekly, roll underneath that monthly trigger on SPY. You want to, if you've been an investor for a long time, you want to pull the plug. You can always get back in, but you want to pull that fucking plug. Mark my words on that. You don't want to be like not retired for another decade. I've seen it. It's brutal. It like ruins men. Like literally ruins their whole life. Like it's so soul crushing. Like you like get married, have kids, and then no one listens to you anymore. You're getting older, and you don't have any new friends. Like you're like downsizing, and kids don't want to come back. They're living their own lives, and then you get one more kick in the fucking balls, and you're just like, oh God. Maybe your wife wants to divorce you. Like there's a lot of guys, not my age, but soon. A lot of like guys and women, like they raise kids and stuff, and sometimes you keep growing with your wife or husband. Like you share the same. You continue to maybe take interest in what your spouse is doing, so that you have a connection. But a lot of married people, man, partners, doesn't matter doesn't matter if it's like a gay relationship or I don't know, fucking heterosexual relationship, but like people will get together for decades and they lose sight of that connection and they don't start redating. They have nothing in, they wind up having nothing in common, and everything will seem fine. Like your husband or your wife won't tell you. And then the kids are out of the house and they're gone. Like, bye-bye, I'm out of here. You didn't get the hint over the last fucking decade and the last part of their schooling. You didn't do anything, and they're doing off their own thing, and you're doing your thing. And before you know, you're an angry old man, and that's how you get angry old boomer men. They get fucking angry at the world. Like they get angry. I'm always afraid of that shit. There's a way to not be angry too. If you're a man, listen to me say that right now. If that happens to you, if you're not sharing the same things as your spouse or whatever, just make sure you're doing things for that you do like, so that's a fallback for you. It's like a safety net. Make sure you're happy. Make sure your spouse is happy. Your kids are happy. Make sure you're happy, because men don't do that shit. They'll it'll be like hit him like a side of like a fucking 2x4 across the head. Like, I never saw this coming. Expecting your wife to be miserable with you after the kids are gone. Fuck no, they leave. So it's good for you to like have things for yourself. You guys know I go out and stuff, right? Like I go out dancing and stuff. I got friends, like do my own thing. And you do that so you have your own stuff just as a fallback, you know? You're like, in case you get fucked. In case your wife tells you doesn't want to be with you anymore, you know? I'm here for the kids. We raised the kids. You didn't get any of those signs? Nope. You know what I mean? And you spend your whole time like breaking your ass, working, no friends, losing friends, all that kind of stuff. And before you know it, you're angry at the world. Don't do that as a man. Take care of yourself. You have to. You cannot, if you don't take care of yourself as a man, you can't take care of anyone else. You can't take care of another man or another woman or another kid, any of that shit. That's a religious thing too, right? And I'm not religious. I'm the evil Democrat, right? But what do they say in the Bible? They say you take care of yourself, right? You're the light on the hill. You take care of yourself first, right? Or I think the Bible says you look towards God, and then you take care of yourself, and then you can take care of other people. Take care of yourself, right? You are kind of like a silent it's like called silent status, I think. A lot of men don't realize they have that. A lot of men just think they're awesome, or their wives love them because of this or that or whatever. If you are in a relationship, you have silent status as a leader in your family. Man or woman, doesn't matter. And if you have kids, it's there too. You might not get anything for it. There's no cred for it. There's no bonus or anything. But as a partner in a relationship, you should try your best to take care of yourself. You'd be surprised how much impact that has on the people around you. Even if you don't see the benefits of it, it's real. It's there. No one's ever going to praise you for that, but you gotta do that for yourself, and you gotta do it for your wife, for your husband, and your kids and stuff. Dogs, cats, doesn't matter. Friends, that doesn't matter. Take care of yourself. You have to, as best you can. It helps you if you lose your wife or kids or husband, they die, any of that kind of shit. Anything bad happens, you need to take care of yourself so that you can be that rock for everybody. That leader, the hugs, all the good stuff. You have to take care of yourself. A lot of men, like, man, they get ate up at the end of their lives. They really do. Trump's coming off the helicopter right now. He's not even in this place. He's still like I guess he landed, then took a helicopter to the villages. I don't know why they were asking him if he's worried. The villages are like super pro-Trump. It's not fully, but it's super Trump. I don't know why he should have to worry in the villages. That place is a fucking like compound of boomers. No offense if you're a boomer out there. I probably will wind up there myself. Maybe not there. I'm never going to wind up there. You know, something like it. I just parked right now into this close. Just waiting for the bell here. I hope I'm never in a retirement home. I think I would hope to be in like I've never thought of that. I always told myself that if my wife kicked the bucket, if my kids were fine and they're all adults, I would kick the bucket myself too. That's what I've always told myself. But if I were to live on or whatever, Probably sailing and a small little hamburger shack. I have a buddy that I was friends with in my adult years, and I always told him, I was like, I think it's still the offer is good for both of us. I always said, I was like, if our wives die and it's just you and I was like, we'll go hang out on a beach somewhere. We'll open a small shack and we'll sell hamburgers and Pepsi. No cheeseburgers, no substitutions, in some place where there's no or Americans visit, but there's no Americans. And we'll get some hammocks, and one of us will sling the Pepsi, and the other one will flip the burger and sell it. And it's like the old SNL skit. If you're older, hamburger, no cheeseburgers, no Coke, only Pepsi. The old school like Jim Belushi, Dan Aykroyd thing. And I wouldn't do it to make any money. I would just do it to fuck around and talk to people all day long. Go surfing, and definitely there'd be rum in my pina colada. There'd be rum in my Pepsi too. Have a little bottle under the counter. If you're nice, I'll pour a little in yours. That's what I'd probably do. I would fucking hate being in a retirement community. I guess people like that shit, though. I can understand people staying in a retirement community. You live in a suburbia most of your life, it probably is fucking heaven. I've never lived in suburbia, so I don't know anything about it. I've always lived in, like, mountain towns and beach towns and cities, and but, like, suburbia, I've never lived in it in my entire life. So I don't have any reference point for it. I don't have like family and friends generationally in one place. Everybody's moved on and moved to different places. They live all over the world and shit. Do all kinds of crazy ass shit. My family's like everywhere. Like my wife's too. Both of us are military brats and then military brats and then Department of Defense brat. Then continuation into Department of Defense brats. Now we even have family that own all kinds of stupid shit. They're like politicians. Father-in-law's a senator. I don't know if you know that. Father-in-law's a senator. Don't see Trump yet. Looks like he's still. I don't think you're going to see him. You might not actually see him till 6 p.m. I think there's a fucking chance that he doesn't get on that stage till the actual market's closed. I think it's hilarious if he doesn't show up till 6. If he makes him wait for fucking 2 straight hours, it'd be hilarious. Sitting in that fucking place, it's all hot in there and shit, and they're all waiting for him. His helicopter just arrived, so it's at least another hour. He's got to go from the helicopter to the stadium or the speaking place. It'd be hilarious if we waited till like 6 p.m. Because then nobody can do anything for whatever he's going to say. And if he were to announce like a ceasefire, not a ceasefire, but end of hostilities, I'm going to announce it down in Florida. Market should go boom.
10 seconds.
Market on close right here. MOC. I'll get it to you guys right now.
Market on close. Imbalance S&P 500, buy side 82 million. NASDAQ 100, buy side 356 million. Dow 30.
That's right.
132 million.
Say bye.
18 million.
Fucking perma bear. Here's the MOC posting in the Discord. It'll change again. The last 10 minutes, I'll post another one. Top buys, LRCX, AMD, Google, Microsoft, MU. Top sells STT, APL, which is Apple, JNU, I think. I can barely read this. It's so far away. It's like the tiniest little thing. BKHD. AMD is shocking. AMD just moved to the top buy. A little bit of blood in here into the bell. Watch this closely here. I'm still long here, by the way, for Wednesday. I did not add to that position. I will save a buy for Monday if we sweep the lows down here on Monday, but I'm going to stay long in the position I'm in. I'm not doing nothing here. I've got Wednesday calls, so I'm just looking to get out on any high on Monday. Overall, this is the top. We're in an extension. We're looking to eventually fail and start rolling. I don't know how deep it goes. You've got a target down below for the month of May. The first one is at 718.84. I gave you the other two targets earlier in the show today when I was drawing all that stuff without any indicators or anything. And I showed you the monthly, the weekly, and the daily. I drew 3 levels in there. Those are the 3 key levels for the market in the month of May. If you can find any of those levels to get long, to get prints in June, July, that's your only job for the month of May. That's it as a trader. That's it. It's that simple. You can find that low, get long, buy that dip, wherever it may be. Even if we're up here like sniffing around in 26 and 30, if you can find that low, whether it's at 716, 718, or any lower, you do that, and you get long for summertime. Stay with the market. I don't see the recession trade as of yet, or the doom from this gas shortage and oil shortage. I think we'll address it in this late summer, early fall. We'll address that then, and then unless something devolves that we don't know, that nothing that you and I are privy to, and then I don't know when the bubble pops. It hasn't shown itself as popping yet. It is getting started. Like the top of the bubble is starting. I just don't know when the top is. I want to say it's 27, 28. But there's all kinds of fucking shit. There's stuff that we can't know. Like, you don't know if China's going to invade Taiwan. You don't know if the build out is done, and we don't know the build out is done. There's all kinds of stuff that we don't know, or the impacts of the Iran and the Iran and U.S. conflict and its impacts on our economy. Is it more permanent-ish, or just a blip? Looking through it or not? Just parked here waiting for the close. I'm going to get you another MOC here in just a moment. It hasn't changed much. I'm going to do it again here, though. I have a couple minutes here. I want you to have a good weekend. Don't get too crazy with the bear shit over the weekend. I mean, I understand you want to get into it, and that makes your weekends fun and all that. And if you want to entertain it over the weekend in your social medias and stuff, I can't blame you. But we're going to burn. Just relax over the weekend into next week. And then what? I'll see you guys on Monday, 9:30. I'm trying to think of any other programming notes for May. The only thing I want to say about May is there's Mother's Day. Don't forget your Mother's Day. Your mother or your father or your mother figure or whatever it is, whoever you consider to be the person that matters to you, be good to them. Don't fight with your in-law, mother-in-law, or in-law, mother-in-law figure or whatever. I do have, I wasn't going to go to Movement this year, but I think I am going. That's Memorial Day weekend. We have that closure this month. I know we've got at least one long weekend. I think it's the 20th. Could be wrong, somewhere in there. For Memorial Day weekend. What else is there to know? We're trying to get the new show up and running. It's just been a fucking, we're going to get it out going and it running into things along the way. But it's close. Might happen this week. We're fairly close. I still have some fucking technical bullshit I have to go through. for the show, but I'm looking forward to it. Remember that we're coming into spring. Spring is bullish. There is a sell and may go away. It hasn't mattered in recent history, but it could, because it hasn't mattered in a lot of recent history. It could matter this month or this year due to Iran, Strait of Hormuz stuff. I think that's it. Still have earnings season next week. Still an earnings season right now. We have earnings season into June, early June. Though it does wane off as we get closer to June. So we still have a whole another month of reports. The buyers are still right here. This wick right here. All right, I'll see you all on Monday, 9:30 in the morning. It was nice to spend Friday with you guys. I don't see Trump talking here still. He's still not there talking. I was hoping he would come out by this point. I'd be willing to sit here for the first 15 minutes of it to hear if he said anything. Oh, wait a minute. Looks like maybe coming in right now. Right on cue at 4 p.m. Looks like he's coming in right now. There's a lot of waving going on. All right. See you on Wednesday. I gotta play some jams. This week's been fucking outstanding. Later.